J. Isla Jr. Today's date is Monday, March 21st, 2022, and the time is now 9:38 a.m. Pursuant to Governor's proclamation related to COVID-19 emergency, Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 92 regarding public agency meetings and records is currently suspended through March 25th, 2022, to the extent necessary to enable boards to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public and to allow state agencies the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engage in emergency management functions. At this time, we are able to live stream the open portion of this meeting via the DHHL website. Leah, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Awol will be joining us late. Commissioner Helm,
Here.
Commissioner Ka'apu,
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini will also be late. Commissioner Ka'upu,
Here.
Commissioner Neves,
Aye.
Commissioner Namu'o,
Here.
Commissioner Teruya,
Here.
Chair Isla.
Present.
7 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. To comply with Act 220, after the roll call, I'm asking all of you, if there's anyone in the room with you, please identify that person. I'm reminding commissioners to keep their cameras on unless they are excusing themselves from the meeting. A quorum of commissioners must be visible during the meeting at all times. Unless unanimous, all votes must be conducted by roll call. In executive session, we'll have to announce the names and titles of authorized participants for any executive session. Ask commissioners and participants to confirm that no one unauthorized is in the room with them or able to hear them. Ask IPRO to confirm that no unauthorized person has access as indicated on the control panel, and to remind commissioners that in the executive session, you may turn off your camera during the executive session. One quick announcement. I want to alert everyone that tomorrow morning, Commissioner Pauline Namu'u has her full Senate vote on the floor tomorrow. So too early to say congratulations, but good luck tomorrow. I don't see any issues with your confirmation, Pauline. Item C5 is going to be deferred to later. Right now, we have one, possibly 2 people signed up for public testimony. We will recess for about 30 minutes for lunch and convene an executive session at around noon. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
David.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, that motion carries. Are there any edits to the February 2022 minutes?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just a comment, and I just wanted to thank staff who's doing the minutes that have done a great job on putting the minutes together, summarized minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Patty. They work very, very hard, Leah and Louise. So thank you so much. Okay, if there are no corrections, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So move. Second.
All those in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the minutes are approved. Public testimony? No worry. Asulu Lebangan. Asulu, are you connected? I see something. Okay, you're muted according to our system.
Hi. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi there. Thank you so much for allowing us to. Hi. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Okay.
I'm sorry. We're turning off the live stream. Okay,
Great.
so I'm here with my sister Shireen, and we just wanted to speak again regarding. I know that the Hawaiian Homes land put in a recommendation document for today that Shireen and I are successors of our aunt and mom's home. And we just wanted to thank the Hawaiian Homelands and the Commission for this opportunity, because the letter shows all our past testimony and the issues we brought up before. And if it's in, we just felt that one more thing was important, that I think that some of the delay that which might have caused us to be in this situation is because of my mom's verifying the quantum of her Hawaiian, and she, we just felt that everything was turned in way back when they first started out in 1975. And then in February 2020, when we turned in the certificate to succeed after Auntie's passing, we did bring in all the documents needed, as well as her birth certificate. And it was taken from us, copied, and timestamped. So we just feel like it might have just, by it being lost for a little bit, put the delay on this. So we just, if that helps in any way in this decision, but we just thank you all for your time and consideration of this. Do you have anything?
Yes, thank you. I just want to say, you've had our testimony before. Nothing has changed. This is our home. This is where we live our lives. We've been there for over 30 years with Mom and Auntie. And Auntie, you can see by the facts that she intended for us to have this home after she passed. And, we just feel like everything is in your hands. We've been so stressed out and worried about it. As anyone would be, yeah. We've lived our lives there, raised our kids there. Auntie and Mom are all over that house. We've already lost them, and we just don't want to lose the house too, where our closest connection to them is. But more than that, we just feel like it's the right thing to do, because that's what she intended. So we just thank the department, the commission, for taking the time to review this case. And we just pray that the outcome will be in our favor. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, both of you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
Yes, you too. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, so we had one more sign up, but they're not available right now, so we'll consider them tomorrow morning. We will go to the consent agenda. One. And Commissioners, while one is coming up to the table, I will ask, is there anything in the consent agenda any commissioner would like pulled out and discuss separately? Patty?
Yes, thank you. Not actually pulled out. I just needed some clarification on item D10 and D11 on
Okay, one is looking through.
so item D10 on page 4. And so this lessee is so my question is, because this came up before the commission back in 2020, was it back in 2021 on the same lot in Nanakuli? So assumed by reading it, this lot is finally being sold for $5,000. Is that what's happening with this lot?
Excuse me,
A?
Commissioner, page 4, which item are you specifically?
Number 4,
Oh, number 4.
correct. Under D10, approval of assigned and leasehold interest, D10, page 4. Item 4, sorry.
Page 2.
Yeah, page 2.
So
Mr.
Yeah, this came onto our commission on 2021, and this, I remember the same party, Mr. Awai, And so I assume that now this lot A, the front lot A in Anahola is being sold for that amount. Is that what we are approving?
That is correct, Commissioner. I believe Theodore Y received the lease by way of transfer. He is now taking his interest and conveying it by way of a lease transfer with a sale attached to it to another qualified Native Hawaiian. And we are coming before you to approve that transfer request.
Okay, so so in 2021, the lessee that was going to purchase that property, and there were some there's just some concerns about that property of that closing sold arguments. That case has been closed, or are they in litigation?
The complaint by the previous transferee was a civil matter. We are not involved with that. However, it's my understanding that the parties has come to a resolution, which is allowing Theodore to come forward and transferring it to another party.
Okay. So can you explain to me D11, what does that mean? Approval of amendment of leasehold interest on the same party on page 2. What does this mean when it says to update the property description? What was updated on the property description? What does that mean?
Yeah, specifically on Mr. Theodore Owai's lease that he is currently holding and is wishing to transfer, there was a condition, again, that was in contention by the previous transferee. It was an access right of way to that lot, which again was in contention by the previous lessee. The easement that was in contention is being eliminated from the lease and is therefore requires an amendment to the lease.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I didn't understand what that meant, property description, to update that. So thank you for that. And so I know that in 2021, the sale of that lot was like 447,000, but in 2022 he sold it for 505,000. So there is some kind of margin of profit that he made. All right,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, just Mr. Y, if I may, is one of those beneficiaries that have received and subsequently transferred leases through the years. So he's held more than one lease through the years.
Yeah.
This being the last one that he's held, and again is coming before you for approval to transfer. And just further information on D11, when we are doing a lease transaction, we try to look at the lease to see what, if any, amendments are necessary. So we want to capture all necessary action when we are doing a lease transaction, and that may include necessary amendments that we want to incorporate with the transfer of lease or successorship of lease.
Okay, so maybe in 2021, what he should have done was update and change the property description then when it was moving in sale.
Well, that's what he wanted to do, and that was the reason for the challenge by the buyer at the time.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you, Juan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Patty. If there are no other requests to remove
Chair,
any-
it's
Go ahead,
Russell.
Russell. I see your hand now.
One, just following up on Patty's comments, the lease is being assigned as amended, right?
That is correct, your
So
Commissioner.
a moment in time, we're gonna amend it, and then we're immediately gonna assign it thereafter as amended.
You are approving the transfer as well as the amendment that will be incorporated in the assignment of lease document.
But the transfer of the lease is as amended, right? That happens first.
It'll be done simultaneously. So
Yeah.
the lease conveyance will include the amendment to the lease. So the transferee in accepting the interest in the lease will also agree to the change in the lot description.
And then, understood, and then on the D10 item 4, where it says reason for transfer, moving off island, is that for real, or it sounds like this is just a commercial transaction?
Again, we, in the transfer of lease request, because in the past, the commission has requested for information with regards to the reason for the transfer. We have incorporated that in the lease transfer request. And basically, we take what is written by or provide information provided by the parties as the reason. And we don't basically question or try to confirm.
But you're aware that Mr. Awai has done this a couple of times? so
That
far?
is correct. He has received leases, subsequently transfer that very same lease in many occasions with sales attached to it.
So just so I understand, so he's basically flipping homesteads,
Yes,
That would be accurate to say, yes.
and these are not transfers from family members or otherwise.
could- It could be both. He received this lease. He originally held this lease, which is a result of a subdivision. He held at one time the entire lot. There was a request for subdivision. He transferred it to the niece. When he sold the portion that he held, this portion was then transferred from the niece to him. And he is now deciding to transfer that leasehold interest to another qualified Native Hawaiian.
So we don't question, but as best we know, Mr. Awai is just a very entrepreneurial person who has kind of figured out how to make a small business out of flipping homesteads.
That's correct. Currently, the law, the act, nor the rules does not prohibit.
Yeah.
As long as you have the blood quantum to receive, you have the wherewithal financially to receive, we are basically coming to you for approval to allow the transfer or the transaction to happen.
When he sells it, like this item for John Ka'aiali'i, that gentleman was on or is on the list, is on the wait list and is buying this, or that's not necessarily the case. He just qualifies.
Yes, that's not necessarily the case. He could be on the list, or, we have confirmed that he is at least 50% Hawaiian. These transactions does not require the transferee to be on the list, just having the required blood quantum. In this case, they are not qualified, so Mr. Ka'aiali'i is required to be 50%. Again, with this transaction, Mr. Awai subsequently, until the rules in the act is amended, Mr. Awai could next month, next year, purchase another property, do improvements, and then sell it for a profit again.
So, sorry, Ross, are you done, Ross?
Yep, thank you.
Okay,
So,
thank you, Russell.
Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Zachary.
Juan, so this type of transactions is happening all over, correct? And it's with other.
Yeah, this transaction, Commissioner, is not unique.
Yeah, because it is my understanding that they're doing that also in Molokai. I mean, but it's legal, right? So they can. do-
Yes, it's not uncommon. There are certain individuals that do have the financial wherewithal to purchase leases or receive leasehold interests and have that entrepreneurial knowledge and is able to gain from that transaction.
So Chair, excuse me, how does the department feel about this type of transaction? Is there,
The department,
I mean,
the department follows the statute and the rules. So if the statute and the rules allow for it to happen, it is allowed to happen because that's lawful. If the commission decides that it wants to try to change the rules, then we would need guidance from the commission. We would go out to we'd go out to beneficiary consultation, which I believe several years ago we did.
Yes.
The result being the result being about 50%, if I could recall, 50% of the beneficiaries said it should be allowed to occur, and 50% of the beneficiaries said it should not be allowed. So we're open to taking it back out again, if that is the commission's desire.
well, I feel there should be a limit. I mean, these guys can go on and on and on and make profit on Hawaiian homelands, and that's, to me, it's not. And how I feel it's not right. Okay, that's all. I just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
Okay,
I have one more.
go ahead,
Thank
Patty.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I bring this up because when you say the word gain, no one should gain doing this. And maybe this commission body should take a look at this. And thank you, Russell and Commissioner Helm, for jumping in and asking these important questions. And the reason is that, and I'm going, the individual has been doing this for such a long time in our moku of Nanakuli. And maybe he can do that, and he knows how to do that. And what happens is, when you have a track record that you can allow to do this, and you just retired from the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, you know the ins. And so this is really sad that is happening. This is not the first fixer-upper home that he has done, and we've seen that. Is that you fixer-upper, you get the lot, you fix up, and then you sell it for gain, for interest, for funds, using our trust lands that way. I think it's just, it is just not pono. That's not the way that it should be used, where we have tremendous waitlisters that cannot afford and trying to get on this property. So, I question the method of Mr. Hawaii and how he does this. This particular lot is 2 houses on this lot. And so nobody's moving. He lives there. And so the first house is lot A. That's the house that's been going back and forth in sale. Then you have on the same property, the same house, lot B. And so, if you're going to fix your upper and make profit on Hawaiians, on another beneficiary, Native Hawaiians, I really don't think, and this is mine now, it's not pono. So I hope that this body and this staff could maybe eventually look at something like that. You shouldn't be making profit on Hawaiian homelands from another Native Hawaiian. But thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Juan, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Patty. Dennis?
Yeah, I just like to offer a different perspective. Not that I agree or disagree. I think it is a discussion we need to have, but whether it's Mr. Hawaii or any other Native Hawaiian or beneficiary that's involved in this situation, is also providing a resource. We have a lot of homes out there that have been abandoned, that are still abandoned, that there's nothing happening with them. So whether he's making a profit off of that, he's also providing a service to rebuild those homes and put them out to the market to another Native Hawaiian. What we get involved in is the old haves and have-nots. And because the department hasn't been funded properly for many, many years with inflation, if we would have cleaned this up 50 years ago, we would have had all our Hawaiians on land. Now it's very, very expensive. So there's a lot of things we need to look at. Again, Prince Kahio wanted us to be Americans and to make sure that we are not the lower end of the scale in this whole capitalistic process. So if someone's decided that this is what they want to do, we'll have to have a long discussion on what's fair and what makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Any other commissioners? If not, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Does anyone oppose? Seeing no opposition, the motion carries. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Juan.
Okay, next agenda item is C4, Charlie 4. Paula? Good morning.
Aloha Commissioners, Paula Aila, Acting Administrator for Contact and Awards Division. Seeking recommended motion and action is to approve a 99-year lease for 7 lots in different areas, Kapolei, Waimanalo, and Hilo, Keaukaha.
May I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Paula?
Any questions?
Commissioners, any questions?
Thank you.
I have a question,
Go ahead.
Chair.
Zach.
I'm not sure if this is the right time to ask Paula, but those scattered lots on Molokai, is that going to be awarded soon?
All the inventory we have from Molokai in the awards inventory has already been offered. I believe there's about 4. I'm not sure which scattered you're speaking of.
I just, maybe it's not ready. I'm not sure. I thought there was like 22 scattered lots up at Hawaiian. Is that already? Maybe it included all over the island. Maybe, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so we had 1, 2, 3, 4
Mhm.
pre-owned lots that were turned over to awards. Those
Yes,
have already been offered
I'm aware of that one, yeah.
and at various stages of loan processing, closing, things of that nature. I do not have anything else
Thank you.
in the awards inventory that's been turned over for Molokai.
Thank you, Paula.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Zach. Russell?
Hi, Paula. I just have a kind of background question. Like when these approvals come before us and it's a scattered lot and they become available and then you go through the award process, what makes a lot available? Is it someone has relinquished their leasehold, or I see the Keaukaha project. So I guess there's a number of lots and every year the community college develops one of them. But is there like a inventory of lots that are developed and just haven't been awarded, or just what's the background for that?
Yeah, so the short answer is inventory sits with 3 different divisions, if you will. Some is with LDD because they're in development, working with a developer. Some are with HSD, and I don't want to speak on behalf of one, but typically it's due to a cancellation or a default, cancellation due to default or other no successor as an example. When those are prepared to be offer ready, meaning in our description and awards, they're eligible for financing, which is key. There's infrastructure to the lot, whether it's electrical, IWS, which could be a variety of actual infrastructure in the subdivision, or septic or ATU, as is the case on Maui and Waiahuli. So it's transferred to the awards inventory when all of that is offer ready. So then we can put it out there versus our biggest fear is we get a lot, we offer it, and then we have to pull it back because it's not offer ready.
Okay, so it sounds like it's primarily new inventory coming on, developed parcels, and then parcels that we've taken back for some reason. It's not that we've developed a parcel and just land banked it and left it unawarded for some
Right.
future award purpose.
Right.
Other than Keokaha, right? Because we apparently have a lot that becomes available every year for the community college to
Right.
go.
So in the case of the community college, we've had a 50, I think we're in the 52nd year of the MOU. And we do one home per year with the college through their carpentry program. So that's ongoing. So that's a different way that it will come to awards to offer. So that lot is pre-assigned to the community college. So they have time to work on it. Starting in September, they usually finish the build by May of every year. So we tried to model something along those lines as a pilot in Waiahuli, as many of you know, with the Public Safety Division and Maui Community College, a University of Hawaii, Maui. And that was going really well. Unfortunately, public safety had to fall out because of COVID, the pandemic. So the community college picked up that labor, non-cost labor through the community college. So that one is closing as we speak. And so we'll have a family in that home probably in the next month or so. Kyla is working on that one.
So for those two neighborhoods, do you know approximately how many lots are being held for those programs?
None in the awards inventory. We
Great.
get one per year for Hawaii Community College. Waiahuli, we'll be done with that. That was a pilot, as I mentioned, in anticipation that we could use that as a model going forward, but we don't have anything else.
But in
As
somebody
far
else,
as
yeah.
we don't hold lots, I apologize.
So maybe Chair, maybe I'll ask you the question. Does the department, I mean, the aggregate, we hold lots to satisfy kind of obligations under this?
We, in the
program?
past, the department has. Currently, the policy is not to, but we've had lots available going forward for the HELO program.
Okay,
And there are more lots available in Keaukaha once we're able to get through issues such as the new flood regulations from the federal government, the FAA noise attenuation, and then the requirement where sewer has been put in for connection. So there are lots that will become available as we're able to address these concerns.
yeah, and my questions aren't a criticism. I think these are great programs. I'm just curious how many lots we talking about? Like 20 that we're holding available, or?
We're not holding any available for this particular program. There are many lots that are in various stages of becoming award ready. Sometimes we have to take a tree down. Sometimes we have to take the lot has been come back into our inventory, but needs some work, such as demolition of a structure that is no longer safe. So these are the type of lots that will be available when the time comes for Hilo Community College to continue their program.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Zachary.
Yeah, Paula, yeah, question. So these pilot projects that you're talking about, with the community college and prisoners. So when it goes out to award, so these homes, are they classified as low-income homes, or is that, how do you determine because it's it's built by this agency, so.
Well, there's two separate answers to that. So the one in Hilo is based on the appraisal value, and we go out to the entire residential list on Hawaii Island. On Maui, we went out to the undivided interest list of about 200, well, just a portion of it, because there was only one home. And that was based on financing that the department provided for this project of $250,000. So that's what it was, that's the selling price right now. So both projects were handled differently.
Well, thank
Does that
you.
answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. It's good to know about, the
Welcome.
value of these homes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Zach. Dennis?
Yeah, Chair, I guess the question to you is, we have several, we have a charter school here that has a carpentry program. They do remodelings and, stuff for kapunas throughout the community. And also we have KCC that has a carpenter program. Who do we talk to about getting the same type of program we have in Hilo that's going on in Big Island for Kauai? Because there's a need, I'm sure, on all islands, and I would look to work towards bringing our groups together, but we just need to know who we talk to and how we can get this program started.
Dennis, in the past, we've reached out to various community colleges. So that would be the first step. If a community college is interested, have them contact Paula,
Yes.
and then
Okay.
we can work with them.
Very good.
Yes,
Okay,
when
thank you.
we, I'm sorry, Commissioner, when we started the pilot on Maui, it did make it a lot easier for a Maui Community College to speak to Hawaii Community College and just try to replicate where they could.
Okay.
So that was helpful.
Very
But
good.
yes, please let me know.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. If there are no further discussions on agenda item C4, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. Thank you very much,
Mahalo.
Paula. Okay, coming back to agenda item D7. We're gonna start it. Then go into exec. Good morning. We just introduced our title.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nicole Bell, Applications Branch Supervisor. Agenda item D7, approval to cancel non-qualified applicants.
And commission members, I know that there will be some discussion, so I would ask that this item be deferred until after the executive session at lunch today, where we can have the discussion in executive session and then come out and have decision making. Okay,
Agreed.
any questions?
That's fine.
All right,
That's good.
okay. Stay here, Juan, because we're into D13.
D14,
1-3, I have on my
D15.
1-3, 1-3.
Yeah, 1-3. Yeah, I think we were gonna have a presentation by AG on this one before we take action, Chair.
Okay, should that be an exec session or is that open?
I
session?
believe that should be an exec session as well.
Okay, so we'll defer D13 to the noon exec session.
Okay.
Okay, that takes us to agenda item E1. Morning, Stuart.
Good morning, Chair, and aloha, Commissioners.
Aloha.
Hello,
Item
Stuart.
E1 has two motions. The first motion is to recommend approval to increase construction budget for the DHHL USDA RD Anahola Farm Lots Water System Island of Kauai Water Improvement Project by $1,200,000 from the HASDA funds to cover additional construction expenses. And the motion number 2 is to recommend approval to increase construction budget for DHHL USDA RD Ho'olehua Water System Island of Molokai Water Improvement Project by $3,300,000 from NAHASDA funds to cover additional construction expenses.
We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions for Stuart?
I had a question.
Oh, go ahead.
So Stuart, I noticed that in your submittal, a lot of the money, especially for Molokai, is in a project contingency as opposed to being attributed to actual work. So why is so much being put into a contingency fund as opposed to, real work?
Mahalo for that question. So commissioners, right now, both projects are in progress. And so for the Anahola farm lots, we know that there are approximately 600,000 true expenses. And for Anahola farm lots water system, there are approximately 1.3 million, again, in true project shortages. This is for various change orders, for construction management, and there's a lot of unforeseen site conditions where changes have been necessary to be able to construct the water line according to the plans and the specifications. So the contingencies basically will be held because Anahola is at about 60 to 70% completed. We don't anticipate too much more, but we wanted to ask the commission to provide this authorization. So if something does come up, then we can attend to it quickly. For Ho'olehua, right now we know there's about 1.2 million in construction shortage for various change orders, again, unforeseen site conditions. We are about maybe 50% completed on Ho'olehua water system.
So, Chair,
So
are you
that's the
done?
reason why we asked for the contingent, mostly in contingency.
Yeah, so I just want to, so because it's coming from Nahasda, does that impact us if we, for some reason, we don't need it, but we've already,
No.
or do we give it back or?
I'll let Lehua come up and answer that question.
Okay. If I can maybe start with the response on that. So we won't encumber the Nahasda funds that we don't need. So we'll encumber what we need right now. And then we're asking the commission for authorization should changes come up.
So this is
Then we
up,
would-
up to this, you're asking for up to this amount.
That
in the-
is,
in the event that it's required for the project, but we're not giving the money and it's just gonna be sitting there. Cause that would be a concern for me, especially using the hospital.
So aloha commissioners, Lehua Kinilaukano. So with Nahasda, we have other contracts. So we encumber, we obligate those funds. If ever we don't use those funds, then we just unencumber those funds. So that's basically what happens.
thank you. Thank you, Lehua.
Zachary?
Yeah, Chair. Thank you, Stuart. That 1.2 million that you have indicated regarding additional funding for the Ho'olehua water system, it only includes package 1 and package 2, correct? Which is ongoing right now.
That could affect the other packages.
Okay.
We're
So
kind of
there's
struggling
only-
on the equipment,
Okay, I see.
part of it.
Okay, it's part of the other packages as well. Is that
Yeah.
correct? Package 3 and I believe 4.
That answer your question, Zach?
Yes, yes, thank you.
But can I ask, the 1.2,
Sure.
Zach, that's the Anahola number, right? Not the Ho'olehu.
I think it's the
Yeah,
whole.
1.2 is for Anahola,
Oh, okay.
3.3 is for Ho'olehua.
Okay, I'm sorry, 3.3.
Yeah.
I got that mixed up. Okay, sorry. And,
Okay.
so is this, like you said, Stuart, that's for change orders?
This is for change orders. This is for potential increases in material costs because of the pandemic, and shipping. So there's long lead times for getting in pipe. So that is why we're asking for that additional authorization.
Okay, and you said so far they've done 50% of the work. Is that correct?
Approximately 15%, so 50%,
Yeah,
excuse me.
50%, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Stuart, I just have a question, Commissioner Nevis. On the whole Lehua, I noticed you mentioned down here explaining the solar end of to run the pumps and wells and battery storage. And it says that you're gonna you be completely disengaging from the HECO system. Will we still use HECO as a backup in case we have a problem? Or are we disengaging totally?
Okay, the original proposal was to construct the solar photovoltaic system with battery backup, and that would then disengage completely from the HECO-MECO system.
Okay.
And so that was, while that may have provided the most savings, it would potentially, what is the term I used?
Compromise.
Compromise or destabilize the grid. And
Right.
so during that time also too, we're experiencing a lot of adjustments in the construction. And so we dipped into this part of the funding allocation. And we'll be looking at maybe another model, which is this would be the
So you're gonna look at a way to
Yeah.
possibly use some solar but not impact the system so greatly and still have a backup.
through a power purchase agreement.
Right.
Yeah, so that shouldn't cost very much to to develop. Yeah, so we want to just focus on the construction, make sure we get the water lines, the building, the equipment, the things that the Molokai district office requires to improve the system and make it more efficient.
So that $4 million price tag you had up in B is not part of the program at this point for the full photovoltaic.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Just as a matter of information, both water systems have been going through shutdowns in order to connect up the new improvements. Molokai is continuing to go through that. There's another shut off later this month. Notices are going out. We've had a few glitches in that because of just trying to get all of the addresses and all of the current users, but both Molokai District Office, our CM, and the contractor are going out into the field and notifying all of the lessees and customers on the service. So the service is not like through the whole, through the entire week. It's like day by day. So it's on, it's off, it's on, it's off, it's on. And so hopefully things go pretty well. I know we're not going to be 100%, but you know, the crew and everybody's working really hard out there in the field.
Yeah,
Stuart, our switch over here in Anahola went great. No problems. It actually worked very well. So
Yeah, thank you for that.
Russell? And then Mike?
Stuart, on Anahola, so the budget started at about 13 million. Is that right? In item 1 under Anahola?
The total budget for Anahola was let's see,
What is the number?
about 28 million for all of Holehua. That includes package 1, which had the largest contract of 19.5 million. Package 2 was 3 million. Package 3 was 4 million, and package 4 was the equipment. It's about 900,000.
So in the write-up, so if we're looking at Holehua, the item 1 under the Holehua header, there's a 31,362,333 number. That's the total.
This was the total package from USDA. This was back from 2016, 2018. The grant and loan financing package for 31 million.
Okay, so and you said that the budget was more like 28 million total.
Okay, so part of the USDA loan grant package included DHHL funds also too. And so let's see, I'll have to get back to you to clarify that in terms of
I'm
the
just trying to
total.
get in rough numbers where the budget was and what the contingency was as a percentage of the budget, and then where the budget is, you're seeking approval to move the budget, and where the contingency, when you look at the total contingency, is as a percentage of the new budget. Because I'm going back to Commissioner Ka'apu's comment. It seems like we're outside. I mean, contingency normally is a percentage of the budget, and it's, you know, there's industry numbers, and I think we're way high. Yeah. So I'm trying.
Yeah.
I know there's reasons why you might do that, but
we are high. You are correct. We are quite high. When we were negotiating the numbers with USDA, their suggestion was to use a contingency of 20%. Normally we use 10%. They had even suggested to come in for 30% because there were a lot of unknowns in the project. And of course, what happened too was when we were to receive grant funds, then the contract would take on different USDA conditions that were way outside of what the state procurement requires. And so that caused a delay of like 1 year to negotiate those conditions and then actually to start work on both projects for Anahola and Holehua. So we were set back like probably a couple of years. And so there was a lot of escalation costs related to that came from the contingency. But we basically blew through that contingency, you know, just because of the conditions in the field And, you know, Anahola wasn't too bad. It's a much smaller system. And so most of the work at Anahola is done, so we don't expect too much more in unforeseen types of conditions. The new water tank has been it's nearly completed, and so that's the bulk of the work for Anahola. At Holehua, we still have new building to construct, and excuse me, I think there's still water line adjustments that have to be made. Staff and contractor going through draining the 3.5 million gallon tanks, and that could we don't know what we're going to find once we drain the tanks. So there's a lot of unknowns there. And then under the equipment purchases, we have a lot more to do on installation of smart meters. So
Sorry to interrupt, but we typically are a 10% contingency on both these projects. Federal government USDA was suggesting we should do 20 up to 30% contingency. We did 20% at the front end, and with this added contingency on both of the projects, where are we on that percentage? Are we above 30% overall contingency?
May I suggest this? So, Stuart, rather than ballpark it at the table, why don't we defer this item till later, and then you can go calculate those percentages so that Russell has a better idea
okay,
of where we're at.
I
Okay?
can do that.
Okay, we'll come back
Yeah.
later this afternoon after lunch. Are you
Wait.
able to do that? I'm asking, Stuart, are you able to do that?
Yes, I
after
can
lunch?
do that. I can check the numbers.
Yeah, I'm not asking for a justification of what the contingency was spent on. It's just more at the percentage of the budget. Where are we ending up on both of them?
For both, okay, for both
Yeah.
Anahola and for Holehua.
Holehua, yeah.
Okay. And before we move on, Mike, you had a question, and then Zachary, hold on. Mike first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Stuart. Just a couple of comments, I think, and maybe a question or two. So, you know, cost of electricity is really high. I mean, we're like the #2 in the nation. And then if you look at like cost of electricity on Molokai, they're like the highest in the state. But I support, I really applaud, like for example, in the whole Legislature project, considering the solar and the PV system. So I would be interested to see what the options come out, or at least hearing about it, and the concerns from Hawaiian Electric as to the disruption and the compromising that they anticipate, to understand that. Having said that though, Stuart, do we know what are the energy requirements for this system in terms of power?
Yeah, I can, I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I was just curious. And can you also just get back on the energy requirements on Anahola also? I'm just curious about it. So I think anytime we can try to offset these costs, that's, even on Hawaii Island, pumping water is like the highest cost, the highest energy consumption on the island. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
for that.
Let's go back to Zachary.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Stuart. You've done so much good work for the entire department. I appreciate it very much. I brought it to your attention about a week ago regarding some of the beneficiaries out at Kalama'ula asking to install additional fire hydrants on Kahanu Street and on Kalanianaole Avenue. And I just wanted to ask if And then you were going to talk to your engineers and the contractor. I'm not sure. if
Yeah,
that's-
that is, yes, that is correct. And so they're looking into that in terms of the system and the locations.
Okay, and then
And if
one,
the, you know, if the lines can sustain additional hydrants on those, because those are small lines. We didn't change all of the lines in Kalama'ula,
see,
but we certainly are looking at it.
okay, then the final question, Stuart, the storage tank that you were gonna construct up at by the aquifer, how is that going?
That storage tank is still you know, waiting for materials and whatnot to be delivered. If you recall, that was initially a concrete tank.
Yeah.
Changed to a steel bolted. Molokai was not able to produce adequate quantity of concrete in the time needed to you know, to install. And so the switch to a steel bolted tank, and then we coordinate that with the Molokai District Office to make sure that they're able to maintain it. And so that's still ongoing as far as a construction item.
Thank you, Stuart, for the updates. Mahalo.
Okay, any other questions, commissioners? Not, Stuart will be back this afternoon.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you,
Chairman,
commissioners.
So,
Patty?
Mr. Chairman, just so reiterate, you're deferring this, but you already have a motion on the floor. And so what is your recommendation right now? You're deferring this total item?
I'm deferring this item till this afternoon so that Stuart can present the information to the commissioners who asked for the percentage of change order costs to the total job.
Okay.
And then in addition to the percentage of the contingency budget, also question from Commissioner Kalekini regarding energy costs for both Anahola and Ho'olehua.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Stuart.
Thank you, commissioners.
Mahalo, Stuart.
With the commission's indulgence, we'll take a 10-minute break right now. And then come
Thank
back
you.
and we'll do G1 is next up. Okay, 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
So who's? We're back from recess and we now move to agenda item G1. Andrew?
Aloha, Commissioners. Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. Item G1, the recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the Kapolei Regional Plan Update 2022. And secondly, authorize dissemination of the plan update. With me today, I have Perlene Fukuba from the Planning Office. She has been the lead planner on this plan update.
Thank you, Andrew. Good morning, everyone. Let's see. Also joining us this morning is Lily Makaila from Townscape. Lily, are you there?
Hi, aloha.
Hi, Lily. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So Lily has been one of the two representatives from Townscape that has been leading this project along with DHHL. And I'd like to just really thank Lily for all of her contributions. She really built really good relationships with our beneficiaries. And I think that resulted in a very free and open dialogue. So thank you, Lily. And also Sherry Hirooka, who's a principal planner with Townscape, was another important part of our planning team. And I think on behalf of the entire team, we really want to send our aloha out to the Kapolei beneficiaries, as well as the leadership. They welcomed us so warmly into their community, and they gave us all the time and assistance that we would need to make it a good update. They helped us distribute information and they provided us guidance. And the whole process was done, virtually because of COVID. And in spite of that, I think that we came out, with a very positive outlook. So thank you to all the Kapolei beneficiaries.
Perlene,
yeah.
Perlene, before you jump into the presentation, I'm going to ask the commission for a motion to consider staff recommendation.
Okay.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Perlene.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So let's see, about 4 months ago, in November 2021, is when we came before the commission to present the draft Kapolei Regional Plan update as an information item. And since then, we've finished the beneficiary consultation process. And as Andrew had mentioned, it is before you as an action item. Let's see, next slide, please, with the planning area map. Is the planning area map on the screen?
Just a second.
Okay, sorry.
No problem.
I couldn't quite tell from my different screens. Oh, perfect. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you so much. So the map in front of you shows our planning area, which is approximately 1,047 acres of DHHL land in the Kapolei region. And DHHL is definitely a major cornerstone in Kapolei, and our lands provide very valuable opportunities, both to beneficiaries and the larger community. At the time, there's 4 existing land uses. The first is residential. Currently, we have 205 acres dedicated to residential, which provides 1,116 homestead lots. And in addition, we have 177 acres set aside for future residential, which will build an anticipated 705 homestead lots and 550 multifamily units. So therefore, at this time, we anticipate Kapolei to have 1,821 homestead lots and 550 multifamily units. In addition to residential, we have commercial use. Commercial uses are about 35 acres, and they house things like the Kanehili Park and the Kapolei Heritage Center. The third use we have is commercial, about 80 acres. Most significantly, the Kamakana Ali'i Shopping Center and the soon-to-be-built Ho'omaka Marketplace. And the fourth use is industrial, which is basically the areas in purple and Kalailoa. And these are revenue-generating lands where there's light industrial, base yards, public service uses, some recreation, and things like solar farms. Next slide, please. So this matrix basically outlines our schedule that over the last 2 years. And from October through May, what you see in front of you is what we reported on earlier. So just to kind of go over it, we started in October of 2020, and we met with the regional leadership just to get their mana'o, their EK about, what the plan is about and what would work for the community. And we're so pleased because all of the associations and the KCDC sent representatives. So it was a really solid start to the project. And that was done via Zoom. So we followed it up with a site visit. So just, our consultants could get a real feel for what the leadership was talking about. Let's see, and then that was followed with Beneficiary Consultation 1, where we introduced the project to the beneficiaries. Excuse me. And this was followed by Beneficiary Consultation number 2 in May 2021. So by this time, we had a draft vision statement and guiding principles. And these two components are the foundation to start brainstorming potential project ideas. So from Beneficiary Consultation 2, beneficiaries proposed potential project ideas. And then we conducted an online poll where they could select their top 5 priority projects. Next slide, please. Okay, so after the commission information item in November, we were able to finish out the planning process, which included Beneficiary Consultation number 3 in December of 2021, where we presented the draft regional plan. And that was followed up by their review, a more in-depth review, where they could either come down to our offices to look at a hard copy, or they could go online. And that completed our schedule where we are today with the action item. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, there were guiding principles, and there are 5 before you. Through Beneficiary Consultation number 3, they stayed the same. There are slight tweaks, mostly in the beneficiaries wanting to make sure that the language is written such that it's current for today and forward. So for instance, minor adjustments, instead of kupuna saying that they were traditionally held in high value, it was changed to kupuna hold. So it's current. And I think the second one that was also a minor adjustment is that instead of saying we strive for a kapolei, which offers an affordable lifestyle, it was changed to kapolei offers. I'm sorry, reverse. Instead of saying kapolei offers, they were concerned that that might not be real current. So we want to strive for kapolei offers affordable lifestyle. There were no changes at all to the vision statement. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the first 2 priority projects. The planning team shared the priority projects that were selected from the online poll during Beneficiary Consultation number 3. And I'd like to point out the significant difference between the draft that you saw in November and today's version is that there was a lot of discussion about telecommunications. So the beneficiaries requested that priority project be moved to slot number 1. So that's reflected in what you see before you today. That beneficiaries would like more options for telecommunication service to homesteads. The second one, where beneficiaries would like to create more open space, stayed the same. Next slide, please. These are priority projects 3 and 4. There were no changes from the beneficiaries for number 3 or 4. And next slide, please. And the 5th priority project is to support the development of a Hawaiian-focused school, Hawaiian immersion school. There was one beneficiary comment, and that was to ensure that the school is both Ike and Olelo based, and is just not a native charter school. So those are the 5 priority projects that are in our Kapolei Regional Plan update. Next slide, please. Recommendation. So this brings us to our recommendation that one, the commission approved the Kapolei Regional Plan update 2022, and 2, authorize the dissemination of the Kapolei Regional Plan. Are there any questions that we can answer?
Right, commissioners? Questions, please?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Here.
Jeffrey. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah. Hi, Pearlie. Thank you for your presentation. I just have a question. You're adding additional residential lots, I assume, based on your presentation. So the amount of residential lots going to be those that are already currently built, but it'll be about 1,800. Is that correct? 1,800 residential lots?
Right.
Okay,
Let me
that's the
double check.
total.
Yes, 1,800 homestead lots plus an additional 550 multifamily units.
Okay, so are these lots are all turnkey, or are they going to be vacant lots as well?
Aloha, Commissioner. The department doesn't know what the mix of product is going to be at this time. Those numbers that Perlene just gave are projections of what can be developed in the region, and those numbers were given to us by our land development division. So those are projections at the current time. The number of turnkey and vacant lots still needs to be determined based on beneficiary preference.
Okay, Andrew, while you're on, so this proposal, is that all the land available for this Kapolei plan? I mean, is there any more land that is not going to be developed, or is this the total amount that Kapolei is going to have? You know, I'm talking about everything, you know.
That's,
yeah.
It's the amount of land that the department currently has in its inventory, and that is suitable for homesteading.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Zach, Patty, and then Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Andrew, for this presentation. And you know, I think the beneficiaries of Kapolei, they're very unique. You have Kanahili, Malohia, you have very strong individuals that know what they want for their regional and their regional plan. You know, what is exciting is to work with KCDC. They not only service Kapolei, and I just wanted to make several statements, is that they help and they open the doors up to other homesteaders. And we had the opportunity to have assistance from KCDC during the COVID time of their facility. So, you know, it was really pono that homesteaders, especially what they had that we didn't have, the equipment, the storage, that during the COVID time, especially last year, they were assistance to other homesteads. And, you know, I wanted to make that strong statement. And so, you know, and I know that the commission also supported the marketplace moving forward. It's an exciting venture to see that marketplace in the corner of the across Kamakanali to work towards servicing the public too. But they have a unique regional plan where it covers our kupunas, our opios, our keikis. And I'm excited to see the plan when it comes out on the Emerge chart, whether it's a charter school or whatever they plan for the having that Emerge program into that their Ahupua'a area. And I think it's a unique proposal to have that charter school, Olelo Emerge School in that Kapolei region. So, you know, I need to applaud the beneficiaries who work together hardly together to put this plan together and to have a really great balance of service, cultural service, to not only the beneficiaries, but other beneficiary homesteads that they assist. So it's just a comment. Thank you. I will be supporting this to move forward for the community and the approval of the Kapolei Regional Plan. So thank you, Andrew, and your staff and the townscape to putting and working with the community during the hard time of COVID. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Patty. Russell?
Thank you, Chair. Andrew, I apologize for not knowing this better, but can you give me the quick background around regional plans, when they first started being used? And I see that the summary in the discussion portion of the write-up, you know, saying what it accomplishes, but when did the department and the commission start managing its affairs through the use of regional plans?
Oh, that's a really good question, Commissioner Kaupu. Regional plans began in the department around the 2005-2006 timeframe. It was during a time where the administration's priority at the time was to work with individual communities to, one, help organize the department's resources to serve those communities by breaking it up into what is now about 22 regions. So it helps the department organize conversations with each community around their priorities and their issues. Since 2005-2006, we have found that it has been a useful tool to help the department and the commission identify what's important in those particular areas. As we all know, every community is different and every community has different needs and desires and dreams. So primarily, in addition to what you see in the write-up, it helps the department and the commission check in from time to time with each community to figure out what is important to that particular community. Having said that, though, there are a lot of regions that we still have to circle back to update their plan, as their plans are approaching 10 years in age or even past 10 years in age. So as a planning office, we do have a lot of work ahead of us to keep these regional plans current and fresh so that they're good documents that the commission and the department can use to organize and plan for resources to help support our communities.
In the process of working with the community and going through all of these, this process, is it encouraged for the community to kind of, you know, just envision or put together a kind of a wish list, if you would, that goes beyond, because a lot of the stuff on like in that we've discussed that are priorities, you know, things like kupuna housing and the school for the keiki, and those are all, you know, good things for a community, but they're outside of our call, right? Outside of what we do. Now we can partner with other agencies and organizations, but to the community, are the communities suggesting that the scope of Hawaiian Home should be expanded to include beyond the the housing mandate we have and putting Hawaiians back on the land to do all these other things that other organizations are better suited to do? Or is that what the original plan is meant to be, or no?
Yes and no. Depending on the project, what our regional plans do now in the current update and the current format is identify who is responsible, who is the project champion. Oftentimes, as you said, a lot of the wishes of our communities sometimes fall out of the scope of what the department can do with the resources that it has. And especially in the community of Kapolei, which has a really good high capacity leadership. They have used the regional plan as a tool for themselves to organize their community's conversations around what the community has want. And in the project write-up in this particular regional plan, the community champions for some of the projects that were mentioned, like the immersion school or the Kuna housing, the expectation, at least as articulated in the plan, is that the community would step up and be the champion to help implement. And in this particular community in Kapolei, they have a track record of success and a track record of providing development and providing projects and programs. Commissioner Taruya kind of mentioned some of the services that they previously provided to not only themselves, but other communities. So the regional plan, depending on the project and depending on the community, it's not all upon the department's shoulders to implement. Sorry, that was a long-winded answer to you.
No, that was a good answer, because when the community comes forward and and takes responsibility and takes the lead on some of these programs, that's good, because they're looking for our support in making the land available for these uses. But they also appreciate the tension we have, because this community, they have their awards, right? They have their leases, and we have a lot of people who don't have awards and don't have leases who would likely want us to spend our time and our money and use the lands to put people in homes. And that's we would talk about that from time to time as a commission. That's always a kind of a tension point, but the community understands that, right? I mean, this process they go through, that's made, and here, this is where I apologize, because I haven't sat through any of these, but I should, because I hope that they're kind of brought along that way. I'd hate to have like false expectations, if you will, that we simply can't. We got to balance a lot of things. Yeah. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say, and I think we try to do as good a job as possible to make it explicit in the plan about who is responsible for each implementation step. So I think we accomplished that in this particular plan, where we make explicit who is responsible for implementation of these projects.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. I appreciate it.
Mahalo, Russell. Dennis?
Yeah, Russell, if this may add a little bit to how regional plans go. When you go from Kapolei, for instance, to Anahola, it's a whole different community concept. And then sometimes you have people that bring in influences to a community that is not necessarily accepted. So it gets a little tight. So you have people that want to come in and say, look, we want mercantile, want businesses. And, people are saying, look, I just want a home. I don't need a sidewalk. But I do want to have things for my community on a different scale. So it's probably good to maybe sit in on a regional plan, for instance, on the outer islands, because it's a total different concept. And I've I've lived in both. You know, I lived in mainland where lived next to Jones's, your basic Kapolei type communities. And then I'm here, you know, in a rural community. I lived at both in mainland, and they're total different concepts, different thought processes. A lot of cultural type close activities in this community. And as Andrew experienced with our regional plan that we're going through now, there's a lot of broken promises within the community over the past several years. So you have to sort of dig through that and say, okay, where are we now? And it's about getting the group together, all the groups together, you know, Kapunas, the Opios, the Keikis, and then drawing all that together and say, okay, how are we going to build this community moving forward? Our responsibility is to build it. Our responsibility also is to bring those next generation leaders with us to develop that community. So it's interesting. It's interesting, and it could change over 10 years. What was done 10 years ago, people were going, you know, it's sort of pie in the sky. How are we going to get there? We can't get there. Let's do something reasonable. Let's start making, you know, steps to get where we want to go.
When you say broken promises, are the promises that get pointed to, are they from the previous regional plan that?
Well, I think it more is tied to, yes. First of all, if you look at the regional plan, what have we done in the regional plan? What's the product of the regional plan here in 2022? Really couldn't answer that question because nothing was really done. So is it sort of pie in the sky? And then I'm talking about other things that were developed and approved by the department that maybe the community didn't agree on. So it sort of broke the community up. So now we're trying to bring them back together and say, okay, where do we really want to go? So it's not really part of the regional plan, but it's other issues that came up within the Anahola Apua that people were not happy, sort of split the community. So now we're trying to pull people back together and say, okay, let's you know, do our ho'oponopono and then move forward. And that's where we're at. So it's a little bit different when you go from a rural community to a small island rural community to something like Kapolei. So it's a good, it's good for all commissioners, I think, to sit in on both sides, because I'm totally impressed by the Kapolei group. And like Patty said, that, you know, the HCDC, I mean, I think one of the presentations most impressed presentation is their new shopping center they're starting up there, and that's really impressive. A big project. I mean, it's a big project, and they took it on. So very good.
Okay,
thank you.
Mr. Chair, I had one more question for Andrew, if I may, please.
Sure, go ahead, Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrew, how often does a regional plan get revisit? How often do the department revisit the Kapolei regional plan, Waianae regional plan? How often does that happen, Andrew?
We try to at least visit a community once every 10 years. However, funding and staffing sometimes prevent us from acting in a prevent us from acting on or updating those plans in that time. But we just strive for at least once every 10 years.
Okay. And so when the Department of DHHL works on a regional plan, do they also or I don't know, provide a copy or provide the information to the county level? Because with DPP, we do they call it a sustainable community plan in districts, you know. And so do they know what in other words, a Kapolei regional plan has in place versus when they do Kapolei sustainable community plan?
The department does have quarterly meetings with DPP, or actually not quarterly, but every other month meetings with DPP, and we do try to keep them updated on what we're at, and we do point to them when we do update a plan, and we point them to our website. So we do provide that opportunity to the city and county to know that we have updated a plan, and I guess we can lead the horse to water.
Yeah. And so the reason I asked that is because we are in the process of updating the Waianae Sustainable Community Plan in April with the community. And so we know that it needs to be renewed. It's like a 5-year process. And I was just wondering how the county should know what the regional plan of the department is, for different areas, especially for Waianae. We have large homesteads there. But if we're going to renew a sustainable plan, they should kind of get familiar with our regional plan in place too. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, David?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So back to Russell's point, the one thing that our regional plans and all of our plans, most of our plans don't include is the waitlist community. And so we haven't, I think, done a good job of including them in our regional plans and how to incorporate them, how to make them part of the community, even though they're not homesteaders yet. But I do think it is important that we look at that at some point down the line. Thank you.
Wow, that's a good point.
Thanks,
Very
David.
good point.
Okay, I think, Andrew, we do send the same notices out to folks on the wait list in the area, correct? Oh, Andrew's computer died. Okay, so
Yes,
sorry.
Chair, we do.
Okay, so Pearlian, but
Yes.
it's motivating them to come to the meetings and share their thoughts with everyone else. Our experience has been it's usually the lessees that show up.
Right.
But they have been invited. We try.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I know that they've been invited, and I know part of the problem is that, keeping in touch with them. But I think it would be helpful if they became a stock part of the regional plan, you know what I mean, where they had their own input, where they, you know what I mean? I think that would be helpful, and then they wouldn't feel like, they're lost, right? Because they're kind of an afterthought, because the regional plans do address the people who are here, right? People who are lessees, and they don't address the waitlisters. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Pearlian, food for thought. Let's consider how we can do that.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
There are
Thank
no
you,
further,
Commissioner.
are there any further questions? Okay, if not, all those in favor of approval of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone who opposes? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much for that great discussion.
Thank you.
Next up, agenda item is H1. Rodney? Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Morning, Rodney.
Item number H1, it is recommended that the commission approve the transfer of the entire receipts deposited in the Hawaiian Home Receipts Fund as of March 31st, 2022 to the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund.
Can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Okay, Rodney? Any questions for Rodney? Pretty straightforward. Okay, if there are no
Thank you.
questions, all those in favor say aye.
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 Is there anyone who opposes? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you for waiting around for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rodney.
Thanks, Rodney.
You want to come up? We'll do, while we wait for everyone else to come down, C1. The legislative updates.
Aloha Commissioners, Lehua Kinilau Kano, Legislative Analyst. Item number C1 is for information only. It's an update on the legislature. So the first part of the submittal talks about the legislative proposals. And so we do still have independent counsel SB 2607 still alive as of right now. It did cross over from the Senate. For the proposal number 2 on the Commission on Water Resource Management, again, That bill is still alive and under consideration. The House Water and Land Committee did hear that measure. The third measure, tax exemption, that bill too is still alive. We'll see if it gets scheduled, Senate Bill 3101. The next bill on cesspool was withdrawn from the package after consultation with the Department of Health. However, there are two bills that we have been testifying on. House Bill 2088 does provide a financing mechanism, and it specifically includes in the language, including lessees on Hawaiian homelands. House Bill 2195 would allow for grants for cesspools. And originally, again, this bill did not have lessees on Hawaiian homelands, but we testified to request that, and that change has been made. So both bills are being heard this week. The next measure, proposals 5 and 6 were from last year. We do still have that measure, but again, I think Andrew could have spoke to this, but the decision was to focus more on the county levels instead of focusing on state legislation on this issue. Infrastructure maintenance, Senate Bill 879, that bill is still alive. It passed out of housing and is scheduled for the Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs Committee. The historic preservation, right now, both House Bill 2135 and Senate Bill 3103 are both alive, but it looks like House Bill 2135 did get scheduled for a hearing this week. So that will likely be the vehicle. There's a sunset clause on that date. So we're asking on that bill. So we're asking the Senate to withdraw that sunset clause. And so we'll see what happens at the upcoming hearing. The bills on the following page are no longer alive. So let me take them one by one. The gambling study was not included in the governor's package, but there were two bills, and both bills are no longer alive for this session. The interim rules bill, again, both bills are not alive at this time. I think with that one, we probably just have to do a little bit more education, because I think they see exemption and they don't understand that our process includes beneficiary consultation before Chapter 91. Proposal HHL 11, compliance and enforcement. After speaking with the Attorney General's office, we did withdraw this proposal. However, there are two bills that are alive. House Bill 2171 and Senate Bill 3139 that creates this larger law enforcement program. So it would split the Department of Public Safety into two entities, law enforcement and corrections. And so thanks to Chairman, in Senate Bill 3139, we did include language that specifically says that one of the areas the law enforcement authority will assist with is for Hawaiian homelands. So we'll see where that bill goes and the conversation goes throughout the rest of the session. There also is a resolution that was introduced by Senator Drew Kanuha that would have DHHL, well, the Hawaiian Homes Commission do a feasibility study on enforcement. Our testimony is that it may be more appropriate for the department to do the feasibility study rather than the commission. And so we'll see where that discussion continues to go. And then finally, the adoption bill, unfortunately, that bill is not alive as well. But I think, again, that one, like the interim rules, we just need to do some education around those issues for the legislature. So that is our legislative package. So if it's okay, I was gonna now go on to the state budget. So go ahead.
So Joby, would you like to jump in now before we go to the state budget? After the state budget, all right.
So for the state budget, I did provide sort of some overview handouts so you folks can see. So our sufficient sums request on the operating side was just over 49 million. The governor's budget request included 20.7 million, and the House passed out 25.7 million in the operating budget. On the CIP budget, the sufficient sums request was for 263 million. The governor's budget included 35 million, and the legislature did approve, the House approved 35 million. I also want to point out though that under the Department of DBED's budget, basically Business, Economic Development and Tourism, under HHFDC, the Rental Housing Revolving Fund, there is 41.5 million that was budgeted for the Eisenberg development. So that funding is there too. It's not coming to us, but it does support the department's work at Eisenberg.
And that would be a loan to. the
That would be a
developer.
loan, the Rental Housing Revolving Fund. And then finally, I did have a spreadsheet with the measure tracking. I'm just gonna try and walk through some of these. Some of these bills are already covered in our legislative package, but just so your awareness, on page 1, the first bill, they're in numerical order, so we can follow that way. House Bill 1179 is a Gorse bill that's been introduced in the past. That bill is still alive and is being scheduled for hearing tomorrow. House Bill 1403 wants the DOT to do an alternate road site selection in Puna. DHHL testified on behalf of, by the request of Panaeva community that the alternate site not go through Hawaiian homelands, and the bill does specifically state that there shouldn't be any consideration of an alternate site through Panaeva. On page 3 of the spreadsheet, I just wanted to point out House Bill 2288. That is a bill that's continuing to have discussion at the legislature that would transfer lands from the University of Hawaii to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. That would be near Kapiolani Community College. House Bill 2511, that's probably the bill you folks have heard a lot about, a lot of discussion. That bill contains funding for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and the discussion at this point is $600 million. That bill was passed out of the Senate Hawaiian Affairs Committee with amendments. So that bill will likely need to go into conference, but that's again, ongoing conversation for the department to receive some funding. Beyond that, on page 4, Senate Bill 2567, there is a bill to have the department create a database. This bill has come up in the past. Again, we express our comments that yes, we do have existing resources in place. Obviously, we can always improve upon that. So if the legislature is so inclined to support that, we could see what kind of funding could be provided for that. I did want to point out Senate Bill 2623, based on the discussion that was happening earlier at this meeting. This bill would actually exclude from, it puts in an exclusion that once you transfer your lease, if you're a lessee now, or if you're a successor, that you would no longer be able to get back on the wait list. So that discussion is happening at the state legislature as well. And I know there was some discussion here as well. I think those are the primary bills. There is a bill, Senate Bill 3195, to allow for geothermal, for funding and appropriation to look at geothermal. And then finally, there's a number of resolutions. Again, all the information is attached on the spreadsheet. So that sort of gives a highlight of the legislation as well as the budget.
Thank you, Lehua. Questions? Randy, I saw your hand up earlier. Do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, William. I was trying to restrain myself from commenting on enforcement and compliance bills, but I wasn't successful. First of all, the current bill moving through the ledge, I think it's a bit convoluted and difficult for me to understand in such a way that I can support it. But I wanted to go to the resolution that Lehua mentioned that was submitted by Kanuha. And Lehua, if you could summarize again what that resolution says.
So that resolution, basically, I'm trying to find the number. It is SCR 46, SR 41. It requesting the Hawaiian Homes Commission to conduct a feasibility study on the creation of an enforcement division for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands.
Okay, so I think you mentioned that the department feels that they should be solely responsible for conducting that feasibility study. Is that correct?
Well, that's our testimony because typically it's the department that secures a vendor to complete the feasibility study. Obviously, that can be done in coordination with the commission, but really it's typically the department who enters into the contracts with the vendors.
Okay, so thank you. That's helped. That's an important point of clarification. But I would like for that resolution to retain language that stipulates that the commission work in concert with the department to achieve the right outcome. And the reason I say that is my concern continues to be that the department has been historically resistant to creating an enforcement and compliance unit within the department. And so I'm not completely comfortable if it's left just solely to the department to drive that outcome. So that's my manao. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Randy. We'll go to Patty and then Dennis.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Lehua.
Unable to complete your call.
And for this detailed breakdown on the ledge package. Thank you, Lehua. My question was on I did my testimony on House Bill 2511, and this was relating to the discussion of the $600 million funding, correct? That is allocated in the state budget, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and so I know, so it's moved over to Senate, correct?
It has. The Senate Hawaiian Affairs Committee heard the bill and passed it with amendments. So it's scheduled to go to Ways and Means next.
Yeah, so I heard that I was watching the Senate hearings as it moved forward. So my question to that is that I wanted to go back that in 2000, let's see. In 2022, in December, this commission body supported approval for a pilot program, down payment program. And my question is that I think the department, we put $1.5 million on fiscal 2021 on this pilot program that includes financing initial project for Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund. Is this the same as on the same description as the Senate bill that we're talking about, the $600 million? In other words, what happened to this program that we initiated, passed in 2020?
December 2020.
Correct.
So
that we wanted to help to get the waitlist individuals, correct? And so we voted to support that 1.5 million fiscal year 2021. Can you highlight where are we with this and where did it go? What happened to this pilot program?
So where it went essentially, go ahead.
Good morning. Aloha, Commissioners. Hokule Lindsay, Administrative Rules Officer.
Okay.
Yeah, so to answer your question, Commissioner, the department moved to begin procurement on that project to get some consultant advice on how to structure that program. We were advised that it would be better procured through the Attorney General's office. And so the procurement is moving through the Attorney General's office at this time. that's the most up-to-date information that we have.
So is the funding still in place or did it lapse?
I believe the funding is still there. It was included in the budget by the commission. And so those are trust funds that was proposed.
Okay, and so I guess my next question is, do we know the timeline on this pilot program? When is it going to move forward, or when are we going to hear another update on this program?
I requested an update from the AGs. Last week they were gonna meet about it, I believe, and I requested another update this morning, but Ryan, I'm sure, is a little bit preoccupied right now, so we haven't quite heard back.
Okay. Because my next question, is this not similar to the House bill that's running on the state budget, this program that we supported? Is this not, how similar is this?
It's similar. Just so you know, though, the chair of the House Finance Committee, Chair Luke, wants this to be a resource that goes to people who are on the wait list that are not current homeowners. So she has her own sort of spin on it. So the way the bill read coming out of the House was there was a priority or a preference that would be given to either applicants on the wait list who currently do not own a home, or their qualified relative who will take that down payment assistance on their behalf, that they not own a home. So she really has a preference for individuals who don't own homes. She understands that about half of our wait list, they own homes. So that is one of her concerns.
Okay, great. I'll watch this over then. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mike, then Dennis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lehua. So I just start off with a quick comment. So Lehua, what you shared with us, thanks again. And so all the proposals, definitely, I know we followed through this process, previous meetings and discussions, is all initiated from the department. Yeah, that's correct. Huh?
Correct.
Okay, and that's good. And then, so when the legislative session starts, there's several other bills that are introduced or resolutions that come from our legislators, whether in the House or the Senate. You mentioned one or two, like SB 3195. That's the one that Senator De La Cruz, I believe, submitted to appropriate some funding to do research on Hawaiian homelands for potential.
Correct.
Right. And there's others. There's also, I was curious too, like you mentioned HB 2551, the 600 million, the one that Patty said she submitted testimony on. So down there, I was interested too, because I've been seeing communications from beneficiaries in the community. You know, there's discussion about, would you, as a waitlister, agree to some sum of money and then be taken off the wait list? I mean, are you familiar with that discussion, or?
I've been hearing that, and unfortunately, that's a mischaracterization of the proposal.
Right.
The intent is to provide down payment assistance for you to purchase a home, as like the commission was contemplating back in December 2020. It is not some set of sums just to get you off the wait list. That was never the intention of the program. I will say, though, that the Senate version of the bill does allow some conversation about this mortgage. They sort of kept it broader than down payment assistance. They even sort of contemplated the idea that if you're on the wait list and you currently own a home, and maybe you need some assistance towards your current mortgage, that it could be used in that fashion as well. But again, that's still an ongoing conversation until the bill passes. It is very clear that this was a proposal that was initiated by the House and the House leadership. And the intention, as I understand it, is back in 2020, before COVID happened, there was a package of bills that the House was contemplating. It would provide for early education funding. It would provide for tax relief and earned income tax credit. It would increase the minimum wage. And another pillar of their proposal was to allow for housing. And they were looking at 99-year leases, housing, and there were all this discussion at this time that would allow like lease lands. And so that piece back in 2020 sort of got bogged down with different interest groups in the conversation. So how I saw it, frankly, from my perspective, is this year's proposal was like they just repackaged the 2020 proposal. A lot of the same other pieces, the tax credit, the minimum wage is still there. But instead of that piece, that housing that would create this whole other lease land proposal, thankfully, there was a recognition that that program already exists, and it exists through the Department of Hawaiian Homeland. So rather than creating another process, why not just provide the funding for the department? So that's how I sort of saw the proposal. It was a repackaging of what was suggested by the House again, and then COVID happened. And then a lot of that just sort of fell off given the priorities to respond to COVID. I hope that's helpful in explaining where it may have come from.
Yeah, that's very helpful. But I think it's important that you're able to explain that, you know, the intent of the 100,000 is has gone to the wayside, out in the community. I wanted to ask about HB 2024. Are you familiar with that one? It's about Mauna Kea stewardship.
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
Chair, have we been providing any testimony or lehua on this bill?
No, we have not submitted testimony on this bill. This would allow for a Mauna Kea Management Authority. We have not weighed in on that.
Yeah, because it does affect us. Yeah, I mean, if in some of the areas I was looking at the jurisdiction, yeah, it does talk about this authority entering into agreements as necessary with Department of Homelands, etc. So, you know,
Mike,
something-
sorry, Mike, sorry. The location of the discussion of this bill is really for lands that are basically above 9,000 feet, and the department doesn't have any lands in that area.
It's actually above 6,000.
Or 6,000. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So
and it mentions Pu'uhuluhulu in there too. So my understanding is that's Hawaiian Homeland. So I was just asking, you know, just we need to be watching this.
we are watching it. I don't have any guidance from the commission in terms of if the commission wants us to participate, have a bigger role. I haven't heard any of that so far.
Okay. All right, so no, my concern is that it does mention Hawaiian Homelands, and so to me it's important to track that in the event there's any potential adverse results to DHHL.
Okay, we'll continue to monitor that and with your thought in mind.
Yeah, and Chair, the last thought I had was, so there's all these resolutions and whatnot, and all of them look really like great ideas and good stuff. But I was curious, do these lawmakers seek your input or staff input before they issue all of these resolutions, or they just do it on their own from?
99.9% they do it on their own.
Okay. I mean, stuff like, reports on the Ka'u water system, that's all good. We want to know what's going on. But there was one about the Department of Hawaiian Homelands implementing programs to support very low income Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. So, I mean, it doesn't, to me, I think it's great that lawmakers are very interested in helping out beneficiaries, but I think it's also important that they seek input from the department and or maybe even the commissioners, but for sure from the department. Just a comment.
I agree with you, Mike, and more importantly, provide the funding to implement those.
Oh yeah, don't forget the funding. Yes.
Thank you, Mike. Dennis? You muted, Dennis.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, I just wanted to add on what Michael was saying about the Mauna Kea area. You know, we have a PIG that's working on Act 14, so I'd be concerned about making any statements because we're sort of dealing with that as well. And then back to the Senate Bill 2623 for Lehua. The language specifically says excluding somebody from the wait list should they transfer or sell, but it doesn't say anything about someone who is off the wait list that can go back and get Hawaiian Home. So has that language changed? Has there been any amendments or anything to that?
No, I mean, it's pretty much as you're picturing it. And we have tried to communicate to the legislature that that change isn't going to prevent the practice from occurring, but they still have, I guess, concern about people who are transferring and getting back on the wait list. And we've even done a study that we've shared with the legislatures up on our website that explains that it's so few number that actually do that, and that the unintended consequences of all the other transfers, usually it's for family. And so we have a pretty extensive study that was done, and we provide that information to the legislature. But again, you know, there is a concern, and then we did try to explain, Chair did a great job of explaining that, you know, there still are rules that everyone else on the wait list is going to be able to have their opportunity to select before that person who previously received an award. So you're correct, Commissioner. It doesn't address the problem, but that's what the legislature is considering.
Okay, well, the only reason I mentioned it because we had some discussion that we're probably going to have more discussion as a commission on what to do about those. But it would be interesting to provide that that study to the commission so we can look at that and see what the impact is.
It is on the website. I'll shoot it to, I'll shoot the link to.
That'd be good because I'm sure we're going to have the discussion soon. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question?
Yes, sure.
Go ahead, Zachary.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Lehua, on House Bill 2288 HD2 regarding related to land. It says on the description, transfer certain land to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands effective 7/1/2050. So what does that mean?
So the land that is being contemplated is land that's under the jurisdiction of the University of Hawaii near Kapiolani Community College. That effective date is what they typically call a defective effective date. And they use that to allow bills to continue to have consideration and then ultimately go to conference, and then they'll eventually fix or correct the date. But usually that keeps the bill alive for discussion.
Okay, also HCR 116, DHL, DLNR, Hawaiian Homelands. It says requesting the convening of land transfer task force to review certain lands for exchange between the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the Department of Natural Resources. Is this for when they say land exchange, or I mean the possibility of to receive land that's suitable for housing? Is that correct?
So what's being contemplated in this resolution is that DHHL and DLNR can look at their lands and what lands are more suited that are in DHHL's inventory, like our conservation lands, possibly for DLNR to take that responsibility, and lands in DLNR's inventory that may be more suited for DHHL in terms of housing and ag might be better suited in our inventory. That resolution is scheduled for hearing tomorrow. And essentially our testimony is that, you know, there's no problem having a task force, but understanding when you're talking Hawaiian homes, we're gonna be subject to DOI regulation and DOI approval. So, you know, this conversation can occur if that is the will of the legislature, but it's not going to supersede. There's still the overall regulations and all the requirements that must be met for any land exchange for Hawaiian Homelands.
As well as oversight by DOI.
Okay, and then
For that land exchange.
and also HCR 145 right below that, the Eleanor Working Group, Crown Lands, Native Hawaiians, requesting the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to establish a working group to return Crown Lands to Native Hawaiians. So how is that going to, is that, there's a lot of support for that or not?
Well, it's definitely one legislator would like this working group about looking into Crown lands. We did share that while, Crown lands are part of the overall ceded lands trust, not all of those lands are within the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's inventory. So we'll see where that conversation goes, whether OHA is better suited possibly, or even DLNR. But again, not all of the Crown lands are within the jurisdiction of Hawaiian Homelands.
Mahalo, Lewa. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Any other questions? Okay, if there are none, what's related to this? Joby, did you want to present at this time? Okay, we can. Okay, we'll consider it an executive session. Okay, thank you, Lehua. And the timing and the transition couldn't be more perfect. I'm going to ask the commissions for a motion to go into executive session for two purposes. The first purpose, section pursuant to 92-5 subsection A, subsection 4 HRS, to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. And then in addition, convene an executive session pursuant to 92J-1 HRS relating to government records maintained by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands that are not required to publicly be disclosed. If I could have a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
David?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of going to executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carried. Give us a minute to clear the room.
I'm gonna warm my lunch up.
It has been requested that we rename Martin and bifurcate her so that Commissioner Kapu can recuse himself. So the motion, we need another motion?
We need another motion to amend.
Well, Ryan. Do we need a motion to pull Renee Martin out, or can we just vote on her separately?
You can bifurcate the action, but that would have to be a motion to bifurcate first.
Okay. Commissioners may have a motion to bifurcate.
So move.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion to bifurcate, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we're actually discussing Renee Martin and David.
Yes, thank you. Chair, I'm going to recuse myself from any consideration of this matter because Renee Martin is a former client of mine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David.
I'll leave the room.
Yeah. Let me escort him so we make sure he's out.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the the application of Renee Martin.
So move.
Move.
Any further
Second.
discussion?
No.
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. And
David, return.
Commissioner Kapu is back in the room again. Okay, so the regular motion to cancel the applications of everyone else on agenda item D7. May I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Agenda item D13, staff's recommendation. Any discussion on D13?
So this,
No motion, okay, so motion to approve staff, excuse me, a motion to consider staff recommendation for D13.
so move.
David, sit up.
Second.
All right, now, David, you had a question?
No.
No.
So I just
okay.
wanted to make sure I read,
The motion,
yeah, to approve the
approve.
designation. Okay,
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
okay. Any discussion? Not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries, and then, yeah, agenda item D1.
D1, Commissioners, the various reports from HST. If you have any questions, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioners? Okay, if not, then we're gonna let the HST staff return to the offices and continue the hard work that they do.
Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Juan.
Commissioners.
Thank you.
As usual, it's been my pleasure, our staff's pleasure to serve you guys. You guys have a good rest of the day. See you next month.
Thank you, Juan.
Thank you and your staff, Juan. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, we're gonna go finish off agenda item E1. We have Stuart ready to provide the additional information.
Hello, Commissioners, Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Land Development Division Administrator, and I am pleased to come back and respond to questions. And so one of the first questions asked was regarding the contingency budget. And so I went back and I looked at our budget tables, and it showed that for Anahola, who the project is total $12.9 million, and we had a contingency budget of 1.5 million, which represented 12%. And so with the increase in the first motion to $1.2 million would result in a total contingency of $2.7 million, which represents 21%. For Ho'olehua, the total project cost is $31.3 million. This is the original letter of conditions budget. Had a contingency of $4.8 million, which represents 15%. And by adding 3.3 million, the second motion would result in a total of $8.1 million of contingency, representing 26%. So this is still under the 30% that the USDA staff had recommended. That's not to say that we're trying to hit that mark, but this is as a result of the construction changes, the escalation costs, and other improvements made to the system. Question, let's see, regarding the cost of energy for Anahola and Ho'olehua. So based on the cost of study, which was dated 2018, Anahola spent $20,000 per year on electricity. And that one has a diesel backup. And also we have had times when we've used the interconnection and a small pump to pump water back into the system. So there are some other energy costs, but not significant. Ho'olehua was a different story, $400,000 per year. And so we're going to continue to pursue energy savings through a power purchase agreement if that becomes feasible, and that'll likely take it outside of the construction of this project since we don't have any. We likely will be using up all of the funds authorized. Regarding hydrants in Kalama'ula, so being that Kalama'ula is a rural area, the distance between hydrant, the standard is 500 feet. And so our consultants have taken a look at that. Commissioner Helm, for the area around lot 12, 12A1, A2, A3, I think it is, yeah, Like, Haka. And so there are hydrants within 500 feet. According to the Akinaka study done maybe about 6 or 7 years ago. They may not be right on the street, but they may be on existing cross streets or behind the property. But what we're going to do is we're going to have that field checked to make sure that there is, physical located hydrants near that property.
So Stuart, so that 500 feet, is that like a fire requirement, fire department requirement? Or is that a standard requirement for?
That is following fire department standards. And this is for rural areas. So with urban areas, it's 350 feet. But what we will do is we will go and with the Molokai District Office staff go and field check just to make sure that there is hydrants within the 500 feet to the properties.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Stuart, but I did my own inspection on this, and then I looked where the existing fire hydrants are, and like you said, they may not be on the street on that Kalaniani Ole Avenue and Kahanu, but there are homes that might be impacted that it's going to take a longer time to have access to that fire hydrant. So I'm just concerned, you know, if there's a large brush fire or a structure, a fire, it'll take time for them to get to the fire hydrant rather than having it on the street close by. That's all. Because it was like I told you, I sent you that information, and it was recommended by some of the beneficiaries. Thank you, Stuart.
Okay. Yeah, we'll continue to look at that. I'm scheduled to be on island first week in April.
Okay.
So
I'll keep you posted. Thank you.
yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zachary. Any other questions for Stuart? Okay, we already have a motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Does anyone that objects or abstains? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Would that be for two motions?
Yeah, I got two.
Yeah, Anahola and.
Anahola and Molokai.
The first one was Anahola,
Yeah,
and the second one gonna be in Ho'olihua.
yeah.
Two separate
Yeah,
motions.
I got a follow-up question on Holehua. So what was the first percentage for the contingency? 15?
15%,
Up to
15,
Up to 26%.
correct.
So when you see a significant increase in contingency, I understand why you have unforeseen costs, but now that you're in the project, hasn't your contractor and your CM, haven't they seen the conditions? Why do they need more contingency? I don't understand that. They've seen they should be asking for more budget if they've identified something. Contingency is not meant to be fluff budget. It's not meant to be, but my experience, you provide this much contingency, they're gonna find a reason to spend it. It's gonna get spent. So I'm having a hard time understanding
Okay,
that much increase.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Opu, I get what you're saying. Right now, Ho'olihua is about 60% completed. We still have 40% of the project. We have spent, let's see, about 17 million of the 31. Part of this work involves the 3.5 million gallon tanks, which are in the process of being drained. And so we don't know what is going to be what the condition is inside of the tank. We also in process of building a new warehouse for the Molokai District Office. And those are two things that are we're thinking that there may be unforeseen conditions there. So I just listed it as contingency. If we have that, of course, the contractor has to go through a process of submitting a submittal, costing it out, and it has to get reviewed by our engineer and CM. So it's not something that is going to be just, used willy-nilly.
I might add to Stuart, and a lot of the materials and supplies come from off island to Molokai, and it's another cost too. Yeah, so I mean, I just
No,
wanted, yeah.
But Zach, that's my point. I agree that is a cost, but these guys know that when they price it, they know to get to Molokai, they gotta price in getting stuff there. When they price out the warehouse, they've been on site. They know what the site is. They know what. I'm guessing they've already seen the soil. They've seen that kind of stuff. That's usually what contingency. You find hazardous materials in the ground, or you find asbestos on the. But so maybe the inside of the tank, if they haven't even looked at that. But the question is, how do they bid on the project without knowing what's inside the tank? They don't do any kind of, I guess I'm having a hard time. I'm gonna approve it, but it's just that the percentages seem to be, I mean, they seem to be excessive, and you would think that midstream of the project, your contingency would come down because you've seen everything, you've experienced everything, so you're building it into your budget rather than trying to keep your, the thought I would have is somebody bid a project and they're trying to keep the total budget for the project close to what they bid because they underbid the project. And they're just going to eat up contingency to make their money, which is, I'm not saying that's the case here, but that's what, if you're suspicious, that's what you think. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to question. I'm not trying to point fingers at any of the.
Well, one solution I feel is to have some monitor the project on a regular basis. I mean, that way exactly if they're meeting expectations and if they're doing what they are paid to do. So that's something that maybe we need to explore because
that's the CM role, right?
Right,
But-
we have a construction manager who is involved in the project on a daily basis.
Yeah. And they've weighed in on the proposal to increase part of the budget is just because more time, right? They're going to be on the project longer than expected because their increase in their fees are part of the budget increase. But
right,
they weighed in on the contingency and they've told us that they think that's reasonable.
Absolutely, on every change order. And they have also, we've also executed change orders which resulted in credit to the project. So yeah, I can say that I'm really confident with the CMs that we have on both Ho'olehua and Anahola projects. And
if I can add a little bit of clarity here in the Anahola project, I know the CM for Bowers and Kubota that's handling their project. And I know that we've ran into some issues, unforeseen conditions. For instance, our pump went out. They had to pull the well out and we had to go to the interchange with the county. That was unforeseen. That's 400 feet down, you got to pull the pump out and do all that. That was a lot of cost. And when we started replacing pipe, the stuff was just brittle, falling apart. So then we had to sort of route around that pipe, and there was more expense. So a lot of these are unforeseen conditions, but I'm sure we're just not opening the book saying, hey, we got another $3 million. All we're saying is you keep giving us the change orders and the issues you run into, and then we will appropriately have enough funds to finish the job. So I'm confident. I've worked with Bowers Kubota before when I was at the airport. They're very good. I know the inspector here, and I stay on Stewart all the time as to what's going on. So I think we're on top of the project both to keep an eye on it. And,
yeah,
I have confidence it's working now.
And I do personally also because I know Bowers Kubota. I know their work. So
yeah,
that's why I'm a little surprised that we're at a 26 or whatever the contingency is right now.
Yeah.
Because
Russell, if it'll make you feel like you're continuing to do your trustee duties, what time frame or what sort of monthly or every other month an update on any change orders or any additional costs would make you feel more comfortable that Stewart and his folks are not just approving things?
No, I'm not.
Without scrutiny.
I'm not suggesting that's the case, and I'm not requesting that I micromanage any of that level. I'm just trying to get comfortable with this approval, and I've already said I am gonna vote in favor. I'm trying to wrap my head around that nature of contingency. So maybe it's just, I mean, I don't need to be advised on all the projects, but I guess if this comes up in future projects, I'll be asking the same questions. So maybe the CM can anticipate that. And, yeah, but anyway,
Sure.
yeah.
Sure. I think in the case of Ho'olehua, no one anticipated that one of our beneficiaries would protest and block the road, and that resulted in change orders and delays. And so those are some of the contingencies that have been involved in this. And we're still not done with that one yet.
No, but I understand that. But when midstream, we're upping the budget in light of unanticipated increases in expenses, I should be asking for increases that include things like people are gonna try and block future work. And I don't know, so the fact that the as a percentage, the contingency has increased so much, that's really my question. I don't question the increases. I question why the contingency has gone up so. I don't know if I'm making sense, but that was my question. Yeah.
Okay. I
Yeah.
appreciate you.
No,
I
yeah.
appreciate you asking those questions.
And I appreciate Chair the offer to be involved in the the more detail, but I don't need that. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions for Stuart?
Thank you, Stuart.
Okay, so let's go back and let me do this correctly. So the first recommendation is for Ho'olehua. Correct?
Anahola.
Anahola.
Sorry, first recommendation
1.2
is for Anahola. So all those in favor of approving staff recommendation for Anahola, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none. Second part of staff recommendation is for Ho'olehua. Correct? I just want to make sure.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor of approving staff recommendation for Ho'olehua, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. Stuart, thank you.
Thank you,
and
commissioners.
Daryl, thank
Thanks,
you. for all
Stuart.
the hard work.
Wanna jump?
You wanna stay there? Go ahead. Let's do it. You two and
Okay, I'm back. And commissioners, again, I have to say that, LDD is blessed with many staff, many project managers who are involved. It's not just me. So they deserve a lot of credit, and they will be making the presentations on the slides for the Waimanalo project updates. And first up would be Darryl Ng, and he'll be reporting on approximately 8 of the slides. And then we have other staff who will be coming up as well as virtually after Darryl makes his presentation.
Aloha Commissioners, Chair, Darrell Ng, Land Development Division. This first slide is really more for this evening's presentation to the community. We did report this out to the commissioners last year, but didn't have a community meeting, so we wanted to close the loop on it. We did do a FONSI back in March 2020 for these Waikupanaha agricultural lots, but upon recommendations and discussions with the engineers, we decided that the soils were, first of all, the soils were not really conducive to agricultural activities. And also the estimated cost for improvements were almost 600,000 per lot. So really made the project unfeasible. And so we terminated it. We did have engineering funds left over from that Waikupanaha lot. And so we modified the engineer's contract to move into the former Wong farm to do, again, design residential and subsistence agricultural lots. This was 104.5 acres conveyed from DLNR to the HHL in 2018. It came along with a general lease, which expires in 2029. The concept is for them, the Wong Farm, to move their operations from a almost 52-acre lot over to the adjoining 50-acre lot. I understand from LMD that they're trying to get them to move, but maybe getting some resistance. But we're going ahead with the planning and design anyway. So the first slide shows a conceptual design for about 250 agricultural lots. I'm sorry, 250 residential lots, minimum 5,000 square feet, which is our standard. And the next slide shows approximately 56 agricultural lots, about a half acre minimum. So the eventual project will be probably a compromise between the two. Half or so of the acreage going to ag lots and a half or so to residential lots. We're still in the planning stages now, looking at soil conditions, topography, off-site infrastructure requirements. Once we get those squared away, we'll then move into the environmental process. Probably come back to you in probably a year or so with the draft environmental assessment. Finally, we also have a small project here, which was legislatively funded for $800,000 to do plans, design, and construction for traffic calming measures on Nakini and Huli streets. The red arrows show the approximate locations of those speed humps. We're going to be doing speed humps, speed bumps to slow traffic down as they approach intersections. One is right across from the Kapuna facility. That's at the upper left of your screen. There have been complaints that Kapuna are having a hard time getting across the street to the bus stop. So that's one of the more important ones. Two more on Nakini Street further up, and then on Huli Street, especially around the elementary school. We have the plans, drawings in at the city for approval. Funds have been released by the legislature, and we're hoping to go out to bid by the end of this month or early next month at the latest. And construction starting by summer. We want the, especially the improvements near the school done before the classes open again in September. And with that, I'll turn it over to Rick and Kihao.
Commissioners, before we leave this slide, I wanted to add that there are other requests for traffic calming in a lot of other locations in Waimanalo. One is Olo Street. So we are looking at that. We're working with legislature to try to appropriate funds for this, for these traffic calming measures. Okay, Keaulani Quatero will talk about the next few drainage projects in Waimanalo.
Aloha Commissioners, Keaulani Quatero from Land Development Division. The slide up now is about the Waiokiola Stream and drainage channel improvements. We're making improvements to the dirt drainage channel. And the improvements will be installed or are being done right now, installing riprap, fencing, and we will be installing a maintenance road along the channel and adjacent to the homestead properties. We bid this out in the fall. Construction started in the fall of 2021, and we're still in construction at this time. And the cost is 1.3 million.
Yeah, I'd like to add that towards the left side of that the drainage ditch is where we're making substantial improvements to the drainage channel, and which has resulted in need to provide an access road for future maintenance, without which the channel cannot be adequately maintained. And this is the area where we did have some earlier conflict with unauthorized use. And so my understanding is that it has been resolved, and that over the past weekend that some construction work was being done and communicated prior with several lessees in that area. So I just wanted to add that to Kehal's presentation.
Thank you, Stuart.
So Stuart, you didn't get a chance to talk to these beneficiaries who had these concerns?
I didn't speak with them myself. We have staff who had been out there several times, and there were several correspondence sent. So I did not speak to them myself. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I was just responding to your last email that you emailed to me that you were going to follow up and get back to us. I didn't hear anything after that.
Commissioner Torria, I did communicate via email with Pono. Told him that I would take a look at what he had proposed. However, what he had proposed does not align with the project that had to go in. Part of the problem is, or part of their concern is, they have been using the property behind their homestead for many years. The department, for the last 2 or 3 years, in response to flooding that has occurred there periodically, needs to construct this road so that we can make sure that we maintain the drainage. So we're not able to accommodate the concerns, proposals by 2 of the lessees who requested a review.
Did you talk to Carla Hara?
I have not.
Okay.
I do know staff has been out there and has, basically carried the message that in spite of what they desire, the department, per our responsibility for public health and safety, needs to finish this maintenance road and needs to continue maintaining the area for future flooding issues.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand that. Didn't mean to interrupt you on this one, but and so when beneficiaries come to the commissioners and they send us emails and they have a problem and they're expressing their mana'o on something that occurs in their area, and we all get it. All of us commissioners get it, and so my emails never get responded by none of you guys. None of you folks respond to my emails. The only email that wouldn't respond was Mr. Awo to the community and beneficiaries of the Oahu One Manalo. Other than that, and I know I was told before that we shouldn't respond to the beneficiaries, but what it is frustrating, if you don't respond, who's going to respond to them? Somebody got to respond. And so, I have responded, reached out to them and respond back to the department, and then I don't get a response as a commissioner. And so I don't know the policy, I don't know the procedure, but none of my emails truly get responded by the department. Some of the other commissioners are fortunate. They can call, they get respond, they get emails, they can respond, but not me. And so, it is kind of frustrating, and they continue to email me and reaching out to say, hey, can we talk to somebody and everything. And then my last email was, can you reach out to them, talk to them, let them know the project, let them know what's going on. I mean, they just want to know what's going on and talk to somebody of the department of the road coming in, the emergency road, maintenance road coming in, what changes after 40 years. They see excavation, they see surveyors, they don't know what's going on. And so I think that's a frustrating point of the communication that we don't have. I don't know how else to communicate to my other fellow commissioners in Oahu, or the staff, because nobody respond. And
Yeah,
so,
so
it's kind of, wait, and my fiduciary duty as also a beneficiary and a commissioner is to respond. I may not have the answers and questions. That's why I reach out to you folks, Mr. Chairman, say, hey, what and what, can you follow up these letters, or can you respond to them? And that's all that they're hoping that they can get, from Mr. Pono Young and Carla Harla. I received like 3-4 beneficiary letters. And so I have to wait to commission meeting a month today, and then we can communicate on something like this, so it really it's really hard to help beneficiaries who want to get answers, or even if they call the department, you probably get a phone call 5 days after.
Yeah,
that's real. That's real. Let's talk it real. Yeah. And so I don't appreciate when you tell me send these things and you folks couldn't respond. That's protocol, and I do that, and I don't even hear anything back. But so I'm just gonna put it out there, and so these are beneficiaries reaching out to commissioners for help, some kind of communication, some kind of respond. But they don't get any. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to respond to your comments. So
thank you.
Okay, so in response, it takes a while to look at their proposals and to consider it, and then to make the determination that it cannot be complied with. So sometimes it's not the communication, because staff has communicated with them in person, on site. It's the dissatisfaction with the answer that they're receiving. So now that we've reviewed what they've requested, we cannot accommodate them. I told them to stand by. I will respond with a answer that they will not be happy with.
Okay, and I received that. But I'd like to hear the response, because we were all on this communication, Mr. Chairman, that, hey, my chairman will respond. This is what he came up with, the department, correct? And you folks may not want to hear this, that it cannot be in your way, but this is the response of the department, why they need the emergency maintenance road for the river and stream. Then I'm okay with that. Then I can say, okay, my bosses respond. I can communicate that back to them. And that's all I ask, is that if there's some kind of communication with commissioners and the staff on community concerns when beneficiaries come to us. And I receive what you said, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we will strive to improve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, can I ask a question? It's Russell.
Go ahead, Russell.
On this drawing, can you point out where those houses are? Like Pono Young and the other people who have been using the area that now has to be taken back.
The left side.
Are you able to?
To the right, a little bit up.
Yeah, I see the red. Yeah, right at kind of at the end of that cul-de-sac, or the end of the road there.
The second cul-de-sac. Yeah.
This one, no, it's the first cul-de-sac. It's the first one back here this way.
It's the homes
Right
around the
there.
first
Exactly right
cul-de-sac.
there.
Yeah.
There.
Yes.
And this access road is going to go from that cul-de-sac directly toward the stream, or is that the road that's going to be cutting into their use of?
Their unauthorized use, yes.
And then where is I saw the email, and then Mr. Young actually called me, and his suggestion about running through the ranch land, where is that in relation to this drawing?
Ranch land?
Yeah, there's some
farmland.
There's the farm, Awang farm is the opposite.
On the opposite by the ditch.
The Wong's farm is on the opposite side of the stream.
Correct.
And it's not directly, we don't have control of that as of yet, because we're still honoring the general lease that DLNR had.
Correct.
But do we have will we have access via that parcel to this stream for maintenance purposes?
In the future, when we deal with the Wong Farm relocation, we will, but we can't wait until then.
Commissioners, the drainage access road for maintenance parallels the ditch. It is not within any homestead lease property.
Yeah.
It is going through unauthorized used areas.
Understand.
And I just wanted to point out that we have many other situations like that. And so we will be more cognizant about the early notification and response.
And just so I know the full picture, the unauthorized use, you're talking about there's structures in that area, or there's just they've incorporated it into their backyard, or what is it? Both.
Fencing, kennels, ukana.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are, I think, some
Yeah.
smaller structures, maybe sheds and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue.
Okay.
Is that it?
Next,
There's one
actually,
more
we
slide.
have several.
Yeah.
I have a
Several more.
question. Oh, go ahead, finish.
So now this is the Waimanalo Flood Control Channel improvements, and this is the concrete lined channel that where the dirt channel ends, this one begins. And it runs all the way down to Kalani Anaole Highway. And this one will go out to bid next week. We'll be advertising for bids. It is CIP monies. We'll be doing spall work, crack repair, fence repair, tree removal where necessary, and repairs to the lining itself. And that's it. Thank you.
And with ICRO's help, we will get the word out early.
Thank you.
Mahalo. Bell Street.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, one more slide. And so Bell Street drainage improvements, a hydraulic study has been completed to convert the pipe drainage and a new outlet where it ends at under Kalani Anaole. The budget request for 500,000 for design, engineering design. Estimated construction funding is 3 million, and that would be under CIP.
That Bell Street area was a site of quite a bit of flooding the last time. I don't remember what year, but probably about 3 years ago, if my memory serves me correct. There were quite a few houses in that area got flooded. The problem is the drainage, the drain pipe that leads under the road and comes out on the beach side is constantly backfilled with sand. So this new engineering solution should resolve that issue.
So I have.
We
so-
have,
oh,
okay,
sorry.
go ahead, Commissioner.
So the Bell Street drainage, that is, wow, 1,000 feet from, so you're connecting, you're going across the street of Kalaniano Highway to the ocean side.
Correct. We'll have to go under Kalani Anaole Highway.
Wow. And so is this a summer work or winter work? What are we looking at?
It's, well, we have to go out to bid and see when we
Okay.
get the $3 million from the ledge to do the construction.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and the next slide will be presented by Sarah Okuda, and she is, I believe she's on.
Good afternoon,
Online here.
Commissioners. Hi. For this Waimanalo wastewater sewer improvements project, our project objectives are to repair sewer deficiencies identified through various field inspections, to upgrade existing DHHL sewers to current city standards in order to transfer ownership to the city, and to convert cesspools as required by Act 125 by the year 2050. The summary of the area is that there's 650 lots connected to the city sewer system and 80 individual on-site sewer disposal systems. We will be conducting a survey and assessment in the summer 2022. The remedial actions we will do is to repair and replace the existing DHL sewers at a cost of 18 million estimated currently. Conversion of the OSDS with pump station and new collector, estimated cost 12 million, and construct sewer lift station and other sewer improvements at Bell Street at an estimated cost currently at 10 million. That's it. Thanks.
Questions on that one, commissioners?
No.
No? Okay.
I have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
Chair.
Yeah, just a quick question for Sarah. The OSDS, is that cesspool?
Individual sewers, so it needs, anything that is a cesspool would be needed to be converted.
Okay, and on your presentation, you had OSDS, on-site disposal system. Is that just another word for cesspool?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
that is.
All right, just a fancy name. Okay, thank you.
Zachary, did you have a question?
Yeah. This was the earlier presentation, I think, by Daryl, regarding the Waikupanaha agricultural lots that you mentioned. It's canceled. Is it because it's the land is contaminated or something? Is that
No. It's canceled because the per unit or per lot estimate, because of the requirement to hook up to the city sewer system and do the offsite improvements, resulted in an estimate of $600,000 per lot. And we saw fit to use that money elsewhere.
And it was also because we were planning to use those as, I'm sorry, subsistence agricultural lots.
Okay.
And those lands are sitting on top of a coral, mainly coral land, maybe a foot or two at most of soil. So not very conducive for agricultural uses.
So what is the department's plan with this particular property?
We don't know right now because we learned from that planning session that whatever we do to this parcel is going to be expensive. And until such time that we can figure out what the appropriate use for that land is, we'll have to continue to review.
Okay, thank you. I just needed some information
No.
on. Thank you.
Do you have any good ideas for how to use land with coral? If we do residential there, it'll still result in a high per lot development cost. Patty?
Commercial business centers, that'd be a good incubator. On Nakini Street and Huli Street, traffic calming, is that budgeted in for the traffic calming speed humps proposal? Is that already moving forward?
Those are legislative funding. We got 800,000 from CIP budget. It was earmarked for those improvements.
Oh, wow, how lucky. Wow. Okay, because I'm gonna jump and see when Nanakuli's gonna get their traffic calming, Daryl, and hopefully soon that we got budget in for our Nanakuli traffic calming. But that's great for Nakini Street. Thank you.
Commissioner Teruya, we do have $1 million that were encumbered for Nanakuli traffic calming.
Yay.
And so we have design in process, and we also have construction contract, but we're waiting for materials to to arrive to start construction of flashing beacons. We're also working with DOT to install speed tables and there's all kinds of other traffic calming measures that you'll be seeing coming up there in terms of the striping of crosswalks and signage. So Nanakuli is doing pretty good. We are having a lot of other requests from Princess Kahanu, from actually all over the island, additionally from Waimanalo.
Thank you.
And
And that's really great news. Thank you. Thank you. And especially for Nanakuli traffic calming because of the speeding in that area, the latest accident fatality that we had with traffic calming. So those speed humps, we propose those for that area in Nanakuli where we have three major schools in there, and they just totally use it as a raceway park. So, we are very, very grateful for that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and we're encouraging all other communities to get with their legislators for legislative approvals.
Thank you.
Appropriations. Dennis?
Yeah, in terms of the Waimanalo wastewater system improvements, on the DHHL lots that are there, the comment is we repair, replace DHHL sewers. That's the individual sewer systems that each lot has. Is that correct?
Those are sewer lines that are either they may be sagging or they don't meet the current standards. I know a few years back we brought to you, our colonoscopy project, which is going full speed ahead now. So we recently had Kumuhao and Kakaina subdivisions. We went through the camera work, the flushing, and we're ready to turn those over to the city since they meet city standards.
Okay.
So we have consultants going in and doing the assessments of the sewer line. So this is one I think we brought to you earlier, which have these huge CIP repair maintenance costs that we need to get to the legislature into our purpose for repair maintenance, funding.
Stuart, was this a result of faulty construction, or is it just settling of pipes and so on and so forth?
This is just aged construction.
So, so it is hooked up to the county sewer system, but we just have to do some repairs. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that money's coming out of our coffers. We have any ledge money or any federal money that's gonna go into this?
These are part of our purpose for package for repair maintenance.
Okay.
And as I mentioned earlier, that land development division's bread and butter is our lot development, and so we are probably spending about 50-60 million a year, and our R&M budget was a lot smaller, maybe 15-20%, but it's catching up to 50% and might even take over because we have huge sewer repair costs in Papakolea, in Waianae, in Princess Kahanu, Nanakuli. And it's like, I think all told, it's over $100 million.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks, Stuart.
Thank you, commissioners.
Hey,
Russell had his hand.
yeah, Chair, can I ask you a question? Back on Waikupanaha. So you asked, possible uses, but so the topography of the parcel is flat, or is there grade on this?
There's a small portion that's flat at the top, and then there's grade all around it.
And then you mentioned the difficulty with bringing in utilities because what, you gotta pull water from where? There's nothing along Kupanaha Street.
There, I'm gonna leave that to Daryl. The main utility improvement that was required by the county was the sewer, and that was the driving cost. Daryl?
Yeah, the sewer and water line down to, forget what that street is. It might be Old Street. But a large part of that infrastructure costs would be having to excavate into the coral to install the water sewer lines. And that is a lot more expensive, of course, than adobe or other types of soil.
So on this slide, it looks like what appears to be ag use on the other side of I guess it's Waikupana Street. Is that ag water or is that R1 or see those I don't know, it looks like fields and there's lined trees a little bit to the left on my slide. Is it ag on the other side of the street that's in this area?
There are agricultural parcels, I think some are DLNR, some are privately owned. But I think this particular piece is on a coral outcrop, which is a very different soil from the surrounding areas.
So the other area that you're looking at, Russell, is regularly farmed. It is soil. It's not coral.
No, I'm looking at the slide and it's directly adjacent to this. I guess maybe this is the outcrop, but I would think that it would be similar. And then the other question was, what's there now? Because if I look at the picture, looks like, I don't know, maybe like light industrial containers, shipping containers or something like that.
There's some ROEs there now.
There's some permitted using them for horse stables.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, real quick, can I just bring up something before we close?
Sure.
And so this is kind of like regarding one of my emails that wasn't answered. So because we're in Waimanalo, and so one of the beneficiaries, and they want to be anonymous, and so they emailed me as a commissioner on regarding Waimanalo Community Center. And so my question is, who regulates and oversee the Waimanalo Community Center up by Nakini Street? I don't know the cross street, Kauka. I don't know the cross street, but who watches over or administers that community center?
The community center is on a general lease to the Waimanalo Homestead Association.
Okay.
So it's a disposition with regard to the accusations that were passed on to us from the anonymous
Correct.
informant. We actually, Kahana actually sent an inquiry to the president, and we haven't received an answer yet regarding the accusations. So we're continuing to look into it. If any further information or any additional reports or anything like that could come forward, that would be helpful.
Okay. And so, yeah, correct. And so it's overseen by Waimanalo Hawaiian
They have
Homestead. Correct.
They have a
And
land.
so-
They have a land disposition for it. So
Yeah, correct.
legally,
So
they're-
the president is Kilauea Wilson and everything. But the accusations, I wouldn't say accusations, the concerns that they brought up was the fireworks after having several parties there, the drinking, the numerous fights that are happening there. And I think the application process is parties till 10 o'clock, but it has gone beyond 10 o'clock. And those were the concerns that the some of the beneficiaries that brought it to my attention. And so I'm thank you for working on that, and hopefully that we can run a smooth community center there, and if they're renting it out for funds, I mean, there's policies placed like that, and that it would be in place to assist others that live around there, because it's right nestled into other homestead areas, yeah. And so they have to encounter all of those things, though. But thank you for looking into that. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Stuart?
That is it. Yes, and do we have E3, which is the Miley draft DA, and again, Darrell Ng will be making that presentation. Mahalo.
Are they associated with this presentation? Yeah. Sure. It's okay to let them in.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Aloha Commissioners again. Item E3 is a for information only item for the draft environmental assessment for Maili Residential Development, otherwise known as the former Voice of America site. Next, please. Okay, this is the project site. It's a portion of the former Voice of America site. The Voice of America site in total is about 90 acres. The site that we're proposing to develop is about a little less than 40 acres. Next, please. Some of the other developments that were shown on the previous map are Ulukekukui, which is former transitional housing shelter. The general lease that developed and operated that expired in November 2019. We awarded a development agreement to Hawaii Community Development Board to renovate the apartments and rent them on a medium-term basis to DHHL beneficiaries. They're still going through their design and financing process. I understand they are having some problems with the financing, but they're trying to work through that. Ho'omalu o Nakamali'i is about a half acre. That's an emergency receiving home for children operated by Development of Human Services. That lease expires in 2028. About half of the site is 40 acres general lease to Bishop Estate. They have their Kamehameha Schools Community Development Community Learning Center at Maili on the site, up and running, operating. As far as I understand, they don't have any plans currently for the remaining 35 or so acres. Although that the general lease does include a provision for land exchange to give them the entire 40 acres in fee. But that hasn't been exercised by either side at this point. Some history about the site. In the late 1800s, it was used for cattle ranching. That evolved into sugar cultivation. And then in the mid 1900s, military activity, primarily the antenna farm for the Voice of America radio transmissions. In early 2000, it was determined to be excess government property, and the 85 acres were conveyed to the state. DHHL acquired those from the Department of Land and Natural Resources through a land exchange. I think a major portion of that was the high school site on Molokai. In 2020, we acquired an additional 5 acres, which the government had excluded because there was hazardous materials on site and they needed time to clean it up. So they have cleaned it up, and Those 5 acres now are in our inventory. The proposed development, we came up with 2 alternatives. One was all single-family lots, resulting in about 200 lots, again, 5,000 square foot minimum. Next. The alternative was a combination of single-family and multifamily. This resulted in about a roughly 145 single-family lots and about 136 multifamily units. When we had go back one. Yeah, when we had a beneficiary consultation meeting back in June 2021, the consensus was that this is the preferred alternative. So some of the findings in the draft EA, the impact would be similar to that of other developments in the area. It will require grading and installation of road and utility infrastructure, along with the accompanying noise, dust, nuisances. During and after construction, stormwater best management practices will be implemented. There are a couple of historic sites were identified. One was the Voice of America facilities, of course. Those have all been demolished, and that was done prior to conveyance. There's also a very large stone structure or remnants of one. It stands probably about 8 to 10 feet tall and maybe a couple 100 feet long. No one's quite sure what they are. Theories have ranged from a cart or a railroad track structure, or possibly a waterway structure. We have presented this to the State Historic Preservation Committee, and are recommending burial and preservation in place by burying it. We do intend to do quite a lot of bringing in of soil to raise the site elevations quite a bit anyway. So this would just be under all that additional site grading work. Traffic is a big concern, raised not only at the beneficiary consultation meeting, but also at a town hall meeting we had a couple of years ago. The main entrance off of Franklin Highway would be through St. John's Road, which is just a 2-lane road.
No, I know.
No
You
curb
know that.
gutters
You know
or
what I brought up?
sidewalks. Yes? Did I hear?
Was that a question? Okay, continue.
Okay. Okay. So we did do a traffic study, and the results are mentioned in the draft EA, and we'll continue to be consulting with both the Department of Transportation regarding the Farrington Highway intersection, as well as the county road people. Next steps, we have a beneficiary consultation meeting planned for April 7th. The next day, we would be publishing this draft DA through the state website. That consultation period, comment period for the draft DA would close on May 9th. Compiling those comments into a final environmental assessment sometime in the fall of this year, and we do anticipate a finding of no significant impact. Following that, we do have to do a consolidation of 2 TMK parcels. Then re-subdivide into the preferred alternative subdivision plan. That should probably be finished by sometime next year. And we'll also be starting the infrastructure design and construction. Infrastructure design, probably 2, possibly 3 years from late 2022 into 2024, 2025, then construction 2025, 2026. We'll probably do a request for proposals for design of houses, turnkey houses, and probably have some vacant lots as well. And at the same time, look for a developer to do multifamily if that's if we go through with that option. In response to a question asked earlier this morning, we don't know yet what, if any, the ratio of owner builder to turnkey lots would be. Not at this time. We'll have to see what the market looks like in, say, another five or 6 years. Last but not least, house occupancy probably starting sometime in 2028. And I think that's it. Any questions, please?
Commissioners, questions for Daryl? Patty? You're on mute.
Daryl Ing, thank you. Just wanted to thank you so much. I worked on several projects with you in our Waianae Moku, and appreciate all the time, your presentation, your transparency to the community, and your hard, dedicated work on projects. So thank you, Daryl and Stuart. So I was just looking, house occupancy 2028. I might be in 75 or something at that time. But anyway, they're going to be the question that I has is, does this EA that we received, because I went through the whole weekend, looking at the EA book page by page, marking everything and just going through it. But did the EA open up for the public or just for the commissioners right now?
Right now, it's just for commissioners. We'll be publishing in the first week of April 7th. I'm sorry, April 8th, and that will open it up to the public.
Okay, and then the comment period is May 9th, yeah?
From May into April.
30 days. Yeah.
April into May, right.
Okay, and then I know we're in time limit, but I'm not going to go through all my questions, but I know we supported it. I do support it as a beneficiary. Voice of America property located in Maili has been sitting there for years. The military went in and they did clean the contaminated transformers, PCBs, all that equipment off of the Voice of America land, which we appreciated. It felt really insulted that it was all of these contaminations was on Department of Hawaiian Homelands, but it was cleared, and so now we can move for development. And I think the objection and concerns are going to come from the people adjacent, and you kind of know that, yeah, Daryl. They're questioning if we're going to be able to use Kulakaui Street via Kaukamana. Because the congested area of Kalaupuni and St. John's, there's no sidewalks in that area. And so we're going to see an increase of vehicles using that Kalaupuni and St. John's. And so my question is, are we going to open up that Kalauku to Kaukamana to Farrington Highway corridor?
That is a possibility that's being studied. Of course, that is going to add dollars to the project, but at the same time, we don't want to cause problem for everybody else in the area.
Yeah, but I just want you to kind of keep that in mind, Daryl,
Yes.
when it does come up, and then also with the drainage issues in that area. I understand we have the canal next to that property, correct? Yeah. So another concern will be the drainage issue being adjacent to the canal. The school is just Miley Elementary, will that impact our schools in that area? Because now you're talking about Ulukekekui project going, and then you're talking about Voice of America, 2 projects on one whole area, yeah. And that's kind of a big project in that area. So other than that, I guess those are just concerns that I wanted to bring to you that may come up eventually. From the residents that live around the area is the traffic concerns ingress and out of that area. But thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank you.
Other commissioners? David?
Sorry. It's not related to the EA, but the fact that they're having that difficulty getting financing for the low income rental. Do we have a backup plan if they're unable to pull that through?
I think our backup plan at the time was to raise the buildings and add it to this project.
So do they have a time limit? Because it's been a
We
while.
gave them a deadline. I don't recall what the
Yeah,
deadline.
I think
was,
the
but soon, I think.
deadline was for the end of the year to start construction.
End of this year.
End of
Last
this
year.
2022.
Okay.
Note on that, if we do demolish the residential buildings, the office and community facilities, unlike the residential buildings, those are cinder block. The residential buildings were single wall wood. So I think we can preserve those as a future community center.
Oh, so I'm sorry, Jack. So you're talking about Ulukekekui right now?
Yeah, it was.
Right.
So if you demolish, you're going to demolish the Head Start school in there too?
We would take out the residential buildings,
Correct.
which again are single wall wood construction, 20 years old. But the office facilities, the kitchen, the preschool, those are all cinder block and in fairly decent condition. So those can be preserved and used as a future community center.
Great, yeah, because that's the only certified kitchen that we have on Hawaiian homestead land. And so preserving that will give us an opportunity to open it up for DHHL beneficiaries for use, like other communities do, yeah. It's not easy to get a certified kitchen in, you know what I mean? And so it's already existing there. And then I understand Lanakila Wheels and Meals use that portion right now, I'm kind of concerned because we don't have tenants in there right now. And that, if we don't check on that property, it will be, not just graffiti, but it will get damaged,
Yeah,
What
we
is
do
your
have
take? Do we have security there?
We have a tenant right now. It's
Okay.
Kali Watson, and it's his responsibility.
Yeah.
Until we.
Yeah, I know it's Cully, but there's nobody living in there now. So I was just concerned, just wanted to bring it out. Is that, that property, if you don't have people living in there and nobody around there, then it just gets a kind of damage and, violated. It'll be double trouble for us to put in funding with all that damages later on. But for the Voice of America property, is there funding for that, or do we need to lobby funding and get our legislators in that district to support?
There's nothing specific for that. The planning and design is a past legislative appropriation of, I think, about 800,000. But we don't have anything earmarked for the rest of the design and construction. Not at this time anyway.
So we will need more additional funding.
I might ask a stupid question. I'm going to ask it. But did I hear a conversation that part of the $600 million that the House bill and Senate bill is pushing for, some of that funding to go to Voice of America, Mr. Chair?
So on the Senate version, we were asked to provide shovel-ready or close to shovel-ready projects. It was one of the projects that was provided to the Senate.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you, Daryl, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Stuart.
Commissioners.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you, Daryl. Doug, thanks, Stuart, and your staff. Thank you.
Hello.
Zach, were you going to ask something or just mahalo?
I just said mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is bring Lahua back for agenda item C2.
Aloha, Chair, members of the commission, Lehua Kinilau Kano. Item number C2 is for informational only. So we are required to provide our annual housing plan to HUD in April. And so in March, we typically bring the draft housing plan for approval in April next month. The housing plan from the current year to this one that's being proposed is very similar for the most part, meaning most of the provisions that were in the plan last year continue this year. There were some areas that we expanded given the increase in funding that is anticipated. So the $22 million that's anticipated to be received. And so just want to thank Senator Schatz, our congressional delegation, but specifically Senator Schatz and his staff. And when there was some staff that came from DC who visited, one of the areas that they particularly wanted us to expand was to do more rental assistance. So you will see in this housing plan a couple of areas that we are proposing to expand assistance. So first is a DHHL Kupuna rental assistance program for Kupuna. What is being envisioned is that it would be rental assistance for those who are 62 years of age or older, who have been on DHHL's waiting list the longest. So in theory, we're sort of contemplating anyone who's been on the wait list as of December 31st, 1975 and earlier, we would start with that. So the thought process behind is these individuals have had multiple offers and for whatever reason have been unable to receive an award. So if they continue in that position, this idea is that we could look at providing some rental assistance and hopefully it would still be partnered with housing counseling. So if there is an appetite to also receive a homestead award, then get them ready. And then if they receive an award, obviously the rental assistance would go away once they are in the home. But again, it's to address those who have been on the waiting list the longest and they potentially are on fixed income, obviously, because they're kupuna, they may be only on retirement income, and to hopefully assist with their rental assistance in the meantime. The other program, which we're not as far along as we'd like to be, but we're still looking at how we can provide that, is very similar to the Kupuna rental assistance program. It would be for those who are disabled. And those who are disabled who are between the years 18 years of age and not yet 62. So again, if they're 62 and older, they would fall in the Kupuna bracket, whether they are considered disabled or not. Otherwise, if they're between 18 and 62, again, people who are on fixed income who have been on the wait list the longest, to see if there's an opportunity. That's the primary areas of expansion. The other area of expansion is a program we've done in the past, but we sort of want to see if we can increase our use of the HASDA for down payment assistance and closing cost assistance. We're still working with HUD through some of the requirements. For example, if we use HUD funds in this way, will it trigger Davis-Bacon and therefore increase the cost of the build and makes it not as not as attractive. So therefore, again, it's something we're still exploring with HUD, but we want to at least include it in the housing plan. We have projected to expend about $18 million if we hit our targets. The primary area we're proposing to expend the most amount of funds is on land acquisition. We do have property acquisition as one of the priorities in the NAHASA plan. And so we have PBR under contract right now looking at some potential parcels for us, and if it's attractive for us to acquire some parcels. Ultimately, our objective is to expend all of the NAHASDA funds that we've received that are currently awaiting expenditure. We have about 14 million. With the 22 million that's coming in, what it'll do is we'll expend all of the 14 million and start expending the funds we expect to receive. So going forward, the hope is that we will be expending the monies that we're receiving that next fiscal year much more sooner. So that's the objective, but just wanted to make sure you folks had an opportunity, because I know it's fairly dense, to review it before we approve next month, but if there's any questions.
Thank you, Lehua. Questions for Lehua?
I had one.
Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you, Lehua. So you know, I like the idea of the kupuna recommendation housing. So we all know that kupunas have a certain amount of income. So if a kupuna is under on the wait list, and the kupuna is 62 and plus and has assistance from Section 8, will you accommodate that under the HUD?
Section 8 might be a challenge for us. We've been deploying COVID assistance, and it's actually in Section 8's requirements. It's not a DHHL requirement that if you receive Section 8, your share needs to be paid by yourself, and you cannot get that subsidized. So again, that's a Section 8 requirement. So our program would similarly be affected, and we probably would not be able to assist those individuals in those categories. But again, those are Section 8. There are others who are maybe receiving other forms. Other forms seem to be okay, but for whatever reason, I think it's the Section 8 requirements that limit any other assistance to be received.
Yeah. So you also mentioned disabled kupunas. Does this include independent living kupunas too?
I'm sorry, could you explain what you mean
No,
by
so independent living is kupunas that are, well, maybe this wouldn't be in this category. I'm sorry. It's okay. All right, but thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Patty. Russell?
Lehua, you know the assistance with down payment closing costs. So next month, we would be approving the plan that goes to the housing plan, right? That gets filed. Does that mean that program is approved at the same time? And if so, then what are the steps to implementation for that one? What's the timing of that?
So because we're in conversation with HUD right now. I mean, we would like to get this program off the ground. It's been something that the department has utilized in the past. Most of how it was utilized in the past was with turnkey construction though. So the contractor who is doing the turnkey construction dealt with the Davis-Bacon prevailing wage issues. If we start going into vacant lot, now again, the cost of the bill just goes up, and now the whole point of down payment assistance isn't as attractive. So those are some of the mechanics we need to figure out with HUD, and we're in conversation right now to see if we can work out some of those details. It might be for the time being limited to people who are purchasing, like I'll give you an example. NAHASDA, we didn't use down payment assistance, but NAHASDA financed lessee on Kauai who succeeded. So she's purchasing existing improvements, right? As the successor, because there's an appraised value, use NAHASDA to finance that. It might be limited to those situations, not where construction is involved, because again, Davis-Bacon gets triggered.
And then this assistance would be available to beneficiaries or to like the broader definition Native Hawaiian?
So all of this in the housing plan is intended to be for beneficiaries defined. Well, so okay, let me back up one step. NAHASDA does define Native Hawaiian broader. However, for purposes of this housing plan, its intention is our beneficiaries, Native Hawaiians or their successors or anyone that's a lessee or an applicant on DHHL's wait list. That's the intention. Now with the, I'm not sure if you're going in the direction of the down payment assistance. Is that what you were?
Yeah.
What you have some
No,
The intention is for our beneficiaries, to answer your question directly. It's
so if
not to
somebody-
be, it's not to be for non,
50% quantum, but they're not currently on the wait list, then they could put themselves on the wait list. They'd have to go through NHQ, but assuming they cleared that, then they would be qualified to apply for this.
The other issue with Nahasda now, anytime we talk about Nahasda, as of right now, it's your income is 80% or below area median income.
Okay.
So it would be low income, right? So it's not,
And-
again, we have a demographic that fits that.
And then we verify that the department undertakes to verify the 80%. MI.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's one of the requirements from HUD. So we go through an income eligibility. So you have to provide all of your tax return and your income information so we can verify that your income for the household now is at or below 80%.
So best case, when does this program, you think, start spinning out and becoming available for people to apply?
I think if we have challenges working through some of the mechanics with HUD because of Davis-Bacon, it might take a little longer. If we can figure that out, we're hoping maybe by fall of next year, if we can. But again, a lot of it is going to be contingent on those mechanics about Davis-Bacon.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. David?
So Lehua, would Nahasda be available to acquire, let's say, existing multifamily dwellings, apartment buildings, that sort of thing? Because that would seem to give you a way around Davis-Bacon because you have an existing building. And maybe that's something that we could then spend the money to condominiumize or, and then make an award of a condominium for beneficiaries.
Yes, so Nahasda can be used, and that's why one of the program areas that we have in the housing plan was in the current housing plan we're in, and this one proposed is, I categorized it as property acquisition. It can be land or it can be units.
So I think our money would go a lot farther if we, there's the ongoing maintenance of these buildings and you'd have to investigate it, but I think the money would go a lot further if we did it that way. And I'm also looking at, if you look at that Ulu Ke Kukui, wouldn't it be available for that?
So one of the challenges with Ulu Ke Kukui is that was constructed under the governor's emergency proclamation at the time. So no environmental reviews were done. And that's going to be the challenge when we start bringing Nahasda on the table.
Okay, I got it. Okay, thank you.
Other questions, commissioners?
Well, one more comment.
Yes.
I understand the fixed income 80% AMI and under because Leah has scheduled me, so I cannot make any money. And I know what fixed income means. And I'm kupuna.
So you'd have to be renting, I believe.
I'm
you
gonna
own-
start renting. That's what I can afford.
But you would have had to have been on the wait list prior to December 31st, 1975.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You're
would have
too
been
young.
3 years old.
Yeah, see, you're too young.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
David.
you.
Okay, just a comment, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Pauline.
Okay, Lehua, I want to thank you very much for this plan. And I also want to just thank you very much for your excellent job in doing the legislative updates. You do an excellent job. I know how hard it is, especially nowadays. And I thank you so much for all your hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And thank you, Pauline. If we weren't here doing a commission meeting, some of us would be at the legislature with you. So, good luck tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
C3, Ukule. Thank you for waiting. Oh.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Item C3 is the appointment of an investigative committee pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statute Section 92-2.5 and Hawaii Administrative Rules Section 10-2-16B1. investigate, review, discuss, vet, and recommend courses of action to address or resolve the outstanding items from Act 14, 1995. This is just a follow-up from last month, from the recommendation of the investigative committee to identify counsel for Act 14. They had recommended that another committee be formed to continue that work to expedite the Act 14 matters as much as possible.
Thank you, Hoku. Any questions? And before you ask it, Dennis, I do owe you the list of properties on Kauai. I apologize for that. David, no questions? All right. Thank you, commission members. Thank you.
Thank you, Opule.
Oh, for the record, the committee members of this, yeah, right here. The, what is it? What does PIG stand for? Permitted interaction. Yeah, are David Kaapu, Pauline Namu'o, Dennis Neves, and myself. Say it again, Dennis.
Who is I writing it down for? Can you
David
repeat that,
Kaapu.
Chair?
Sure, David Kaapu, Pauline Namu'o,
And,
Dennis Neves, and myself.
and Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so thank you, PIG members, for your willingness to serve. And thank you, Hoku, for presenting this.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, did you have a question, Mike? Okay, sorry. Thought I saw you raise your hand. Okay, I believe we have planning staff on the screen there, and we'll go to item G2.
Aloha Commissioners, item G2 for information only. The DHHL South Molokai Shoreline Erosion Management Plan. With me today, I have Nancy McPherson, who has been the lead staff on this project.
Is that Nancy? Nancy's muted.
Aloha kako. Thank you, Commissioner Neves. I watch you guys all day and I go, oh, I'm not going to mess this up. And then I forget to unmute myself. But anyway, we're bringing this working draft South Molokai Erosion Management Plan to you for your review. We're hoping to get additional beneficiary feedback between now and April. And then cross-finger will be bringing the final to you at the April meeting in Molokai. I'd like to introduce the consultants that have been working on this project. Have they joined us yet? I don't see them. John Summers and Thorne Abbott.
Stand by, they're being admitted now.
Okay. Thank you. As they're going to be presenting the PowerPoint. We'll go through this pretty quickly because we have one more presentation by Tom John Beluga, and we want to be able to get to that. He has to leave at 4:30. So hopefully we'll still be able to get to that one. This has been a really, really interesting project, except that it was really, really frustrating to not be able to go to Molokai for the last couple of years. And we're really hoping this changes in the very near future. I'm glad to hear Stuart's been going over there. I know that Juan's been going over there. And I'm hoping that I can get back over there in early April as well.
They are ready and available.
Okay, great. So I think they're going to start the PowerPoint for you. John, John's
you please?
presenting, yeah.
Thank you, Michael.
John, do you have audio?
He's on mute.
John, can you unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, now we can.
Okay, great. Now, I'm assuming Nancy, you just covered this intro slide?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's move forward.
Well, I also wanted to mention that we've come to the commission on in 2019, 2021, and 2022 with updates on this project.
All right, well, let me get started. It sounds like everybody's had a very busy day. I hope you've had a nice day. And I really want to thank you for letting us have the opportunity to participate in this project. And it's been a very wonderful and exciting thing to be involved in. So quickly, this afternoon, we'd like to introduce you to the various highlights in this draft South Molokai Shoreline Erosion Management Plan and inform you of the next steps in our planning process. We'd like to really emphasize, I don't know if Nancy touched on this, but we'd like to emphasize that there will be some additional opportunities for the homesteaders to provide input on the draft plan, and that we are anticipating some future refinements as a result. So with that, we'd like to look at the topics we'll be covering in today's presentation. Those are depicted in the upper left-hand side of this slide. We'd like to cover the planning purpose for the project, including the planning goal and some of the principles that guided the effort. We'd also like to walk you through briefly the planning process and really the overall context for the area that helped guide the development of the recommendations. We'll also cover some of the shoreline erosion management options, as well as the draft recommendations. So the purpose of this plan is to provide the DHHL with a comprehensive strategy to really proactively manage shoreline erosion in the project area. And the plan does this by investigating the various causes of shoreline erosion and the likely future progression of that erosion. It also identifies effective and sustainable shoreline erosion management strategies that maintain natural processes and consider community needs. And third, educating the community as to the causes of shoreline erosion and appropriate management responses. Really the bottom line is we would like to develop an actionable plan that the DHHL can use in collaboration with its lessees to really get in front of the shoreline erosion issue. The plan can be used as a platform to secure funding for implementation that is done in a holistic rather than a piecemeal fashion. So really stepping back, the planning team had an overarching goal for the planning process, which is depicted on the screen here. We wanted to really focus on working with the beneficiary community to create a plan that is informed by the native, let me move this thing down, is formed by the native Hawaiian knowledge and values and is respectful of the project area's unique communities, and leads to a healthier and more resilient shoreline for generations of homesteaders and the broader community. You know, there were 5 really important planning principles that we used to help guide us through this effort. The first was really to focus on gathering the knowledge of the homesteaders in the area. The homesteaders have years and years of knowledge and expertise of their community and the coastal and shoreline resources that are right out their front doors. So we really wanted to tap into that and use that expertise throughout the planning process. We used the ahupua'a as a geographic construct for the analysis. We felt that that was very critical in terms of both developing the analysis and the recommendations, that we looked and ensured that we were considering what was happening at Mauka as well as Makaya, the project area, out to the fringing reef. It was very important that we developed the recommendations in a way that was sensitive to the place, the culture, the nature, and the history of the project area. And we wanted to use a littoral beach cell approach, looking at the whole beach cell, rather than sort of a piecemeal parcel by parcel approach when looking at the problem. We intentionally tried to design the recommendations so that the Molokai community could be involved through nonprofits and small businesses in the implementation of the plan. So it was a 5-phase planning process, as illustrated in this slide. The first phase was conducting extensive research, and you can see that on the left-hand side of this slide. In the second phase, we did several field interviews on the project site to get more familiar with what was happening. In the third phase, we conducted a series of stakeholder outreach, including several interviews on different occasions with constituents in the project area. Phase 4 was a process of vetting the draft recommendations. And lastly, the 5th phase involved, on the far hand right, you'll see that the preparation of the draft plan. So really, to undertake a project like this, it's really important as a run-up to the recommendations to understand the planning context that really helped inform the recommendations for the planning document. So this slide illustrates the what we call the SM SEMP, that's South Molokai Shoreline Erosion Management Plan study area. This area is located along the coastline of South Central Molokai and extends roughly 5.5 miles between Kalamaula and Kanoa Fish Pond, and encompasses the homestead communities of Kalamaula, Kapa'akea, Kamiloloa, and Oneali'i. These are lowland communities located on the coastal plain between Kamehameha 5 Highway and the shoreline. It's important to note in this area that the south swell off of the project area is tempered by the island of Lanai and the extensive reef that parallels Molokai's south shore. This whole coastline is interspersed with wetlands, mangrove, stream outlets, drainages, fish ponds, the wharf, and shoreline hardening structures. Excuse me, some of the lines in here we noticed are a little bit off, depicting the ahupua'a, but we are looking at refining that for you. So we'll do that before we finalize the draft plan. But this slide illustrates, and it's really important to look at the project area in the context of the ahupua'a, and this slide attempts to do that. The SEMP area encompasses significant portions, you look at this slide, of the following ahupua'a: Kalamaula, Kanakakai, Kapa'akea, Kamiloloa, and Makakupa'ia. And the area is backed by dry wetlands or dry lowlands that gradually extend upward. You can see that in the image from sea level up to the steep, narrow gorges of the north and south fork of the Kaunakakai Gulch. That's very evident in this photo. Before it reaches the Waikolu Valley at over 3,500 feet. The Kaunakakai Gulch and other similar, well, much smaller gulches and streams can funnel tremendous amounts of rain water through the project area for discharge into the nearshore waters. And as many of you know, due to the introduction of hooved animals and extensive grading for plantation agriculture, much of that watershed has been severely degraded, and much of the lowlands are denuded of vegetation. So during heavy rains, tons of sediment has washed into the area's streams where it finds its ways into the coastal waters. Again, it's very important to look at history as a guide to the future. And I'd like to touch on just quickly the evolution of the project area over time. You folks know that from people settled in central Maui, spreading out from East Molokai, and they spread west along the shoreline and up into the valleys. And during this early period, there was really minimal impact on the coastline. But over time, with the building of the fish ponds to capture and raise fish for food, the coastal hydrodynamics, or the processes along the shoreline began to change. At this time, the coastline between Kalamaʻula and Onoali'i Fish Pond was really characterized by mud flats, sandy beach, wetlands, and a limited number of structures. So if you look at the map on the right, it's very interesting. If you study this map, you can see all of those features in the map, and this is pre-wharf. It's quite interesting. As you can see, there was a wide sandy beach, Makai of the village of Kaunakakai, and the maps show those mud flats that were partially dry. It says they're on the exhibit during low water, and to the east and the west. If you look Mauka, there was, it actually notes sterile land that is swampy and rainy weather. And on the eastern side, it notes that the area was up Mauka was grassland. So that's quite interesting as well. By looking at the above exhibits, if you look at the topmost exhibit, which was prepared in 1886, you'll see a government road that's running east to west along the shoreline. And this map is also pretty interesting because it documents the location of the Kapa'akea Pond, which is so important. In 1889, a small stone wharf was constructed, and 8 years later, as you can see in this map from 1900, a more substantial wharf was constructed to serve the growing community. Now, this wharf, as you know, severely altered the waves and currents and sediment transport along the shoreline between the fish pond and Kalamaʻula. The below map also documents the planting of sugarcane to the east and west of Kaunakakai in these areas, as well as the Kapa'akea Pond and the salt marsh. It's important to note that in 1902, the American Sugar Company introduced mangroves to stabilize the shoreline and hold sediment that was washing up from the Mauka areas. And that became a dominant feature in the landscape. So jumping to 1950, you can see in this image the coastal marsh and wetlands of Kapa'akea just prior to the development or the subdivision of the Kapa'akea subdivision. And you'll notice that as of 1950, much of the shoreline in this area up to One Ali'i Fish Pond was largely sandy beach, really only interrupted by the Ka'alokaeli Fish Pond. And to the east, I mentioned the mangrove, and you'll see that it's starting to spread from east to west. And you can see that in this exhibit. Now, this photo illustrates the physical change that occurred in the project area in the 71 years between 1950 and 2021. Now, if you spend some time going through the report, we have several other photos that cover in detail and analyze what happened in those intervening years. But as you can see from this photo, we now have a largely linear settlement pattern that is pancaked between the highway and the shoreline. And you'll notice that the Kapa'akea Pond was filled in the 1950s for the subdivision, and you can see that here. We also had the development of the Hotel Molokai in 1968 and the Molokai Shores in 1977, just east and west of the Ka'alokaeli Fish Pond. The wastewater treatment plant was built in 1969 to accommodate the growth of the area. And you can see the siltation ponds up here. And you'll also notice the significant encroachment of the mangrove moving further to the east towards the detention ponds, and also starting to infill both the Ka'alokaeli Fish Pond and the Ali'i Fish Pond. There's also in this photo, you can see a significant loss of beach fronting the Kapa'akea subdivision and extensive shore armoring.
John, quick correction. It wasn't the Kapa'akea Fish Pond wasn't filled. It was the marsh that was filled. The fish pond's actually still there. It filled in naturally from silt migrating down.
Okay, thanks, Nancy. All right, so with that brief historical synopsis, I'm gonna pass the baton over to Thorne Abbott, who will provide an overview of the coastal processes.
Aloha, thank you, John. And commissioners, it's a privilege to be able to speak with you today and to be part of this project. Can you hear me all right? Is my reception acceptable? Excellent. So, one thing we did after looking at the past to inform the present and looking at this shoreline erosion within the construct of the Ahupua'a approach and the different Ahupua'as that are involved is to consider, basically is to follow the sediment. Where is the sediment coming from? Where is the sediment going? And so if you look at it, there really is you can break this into 4 geographic or geologic units called littoral cells, and that holds the sink and the source of the sediment. And you can't really manage the erosion without looking towards the source of the problem. And that source of the problem may go well beyond DHHL jurisdiction or boundaries. As you can basically see from these white arrows, because the trade winds come in 85% of the time from east to west, it's pushing the current and pushing the waves and pushing the water and the water over the reef up to the shore. And it's not coming to the shore perpendicularly, it's coming at an angle and creates a conveyor belt that moves sediment down along the shoreline. Next slide, John. We also have to look towards the future. And this is a projected sea level rise of 3.2 feet by the year 2100. This is really now, it used to be considered the high range. It's now considered the mid range of what's likely to happen, or likely to happen even sooner than 2100. And you can see that right next to Kapa'akea, the wetland is saturated with water on a regular basis. And there are many places that are going to be inundated with water on at least an annual basis. Next slide, please. Now there's really 3 options to address shoreline erosion. Either you can adapt and realign, you can accommodate the hazard, or you can protect your land or your place, your building from the coastal hazard to start with. Next. Adaptive realignment is really relocating or rebuilding on higher locations of a property, reorientating dwellings and repositioning buildings to be perpendicular to the shore rather than parallel to it. For example, at the lower right-hand corner, we have a picture of a house that's Makai to the shoreline, and that allows waves to roll right through that carport without damaging the building. You can reposition buildings to reduce their exposure to coastal hazards. You can retreat to Mauka lands, and DHHL owns Mauka lands that you should start investing in infrastructure for those so that you can redevelop further inland and out of harm's way when those threats approach. Next slide. You can also accommodate the hazard. For example, this blue building, they've elevated the building and they're using the first floor for parking. They live upstairs. And this way, if it floods, it won't damage the building. They might lose the water heater or some plumbing pipes, but basically the building will stay intact. You can reconfigure a dwelling. So the kitchen, major appliances, and utilities are on the Mauka or inland side of a house. Really, DHHL should be looking at prohibiting or limiting slab-on-grade construction in areas that are flood prone or going to be inundated by sea level rise. And you should be helping your beneficiaries reinforce and retrofit their dwellings to strengthen their buildings with things like hurricane clips and continuous load paths to minimize damage from coastal storms and hurricanes. Next, please. And lastly, you can protect yourself from coastal hazards, ranging everything from green living shorelines, such as vegetated berms, all the way to the far extreme on the right-hand side is coastal structures made from steel and concrete, such as bulkheads and seawalls. Next. So what we did is we, based on historic knowledge of the area, actually walking the shoreline multiple times, talking to Kapuna, listening to what folks had to say about their area, we were able to establish kind of 8 common threats or 8 resources that were commonly threatened within the DHHL homestead areas. And so we met with a smaller focus group and described to them and informed them about 10 different remedies or responses that you would have. Again, everything from soft and green to gray and hard, and even relocating out of harm's way. And of course, there's costs and benefits with each of those, such as how big the footprint is, how long it will take to permit, how much does it cost, how effective is it, how often do you have to maintain it. So we educated the beneficiaries on that kind of information and allowed them to rank what their preferences were, or their what kind of remedies they saw were okay, what ones they disliked, and what ones they liked relative to these 8 different resources that are threatened, and also any ideas or observations they might have had, things that they particularly liked or didn't like about something, about its effectiveness. Next slide, please. We used all those to inform our recommendations for the overall area based on some core strategies that filtered into actions, and the actions filtered into actual recommendations per littoral cell. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go through all the different recommendations. These are some select highlights of the recommendations related to the core strategies. These are all in Chapter 6 with finer detail, but you should start restoring the natural shoreline function. And you can do this by removing and replacing the invasive plants and trees with native species that are drought tolerant and used to that shoreline environment. You can educate your beneficiaries on the causes and consequences of sea level rise and coastal erosion, including appropriate mitigation measures. You can strengthen the regulation and management of shoreline resources. Next. You can adapt structures and systems to better withstand coastal hazards. For example, converting cesspools or septic systems in the face of sea level rise, which is going to compromise some of these systems. And you can prepare for the relocation or retirement of structures out of threatened areas, out of harm's way, areas that are going to be inundated by sea level rise and coastal erosion. And one thing we recommended was to prepare a community-based plan for the relocation of the vulnerable buildings, the infrastructure and public facilities away from areas threatened by sea level rise and or coastal erosion. And in part because of this shoreline erosion management plan, Nancy was able to attract and secure additional funding to do just this, start a community-based plan for relocation of facilities. Next, please. Now, again, to look at the solving the erosion problem, you really have to look at the source of the erosion problem. And that means going beyond DHHL jurisdiction. I'm not going to get into the coastal hydrodynamics too much because we covered that last time. But just real quickly, you see the blue arrows. They're basically indicative of the water and the currents and the trade winds pushing water and the sediment from east to west along the shoreline, and like a big conveyor belt. Can you go to the next slide, John? So let me give you an example of one of our recommendations. Ono Ali'i Park, it's not within DHHL jurisdiction, but if I'm at the pavilion, I can walk right from the pavilion across the grass, down the sandy beach into the water. Likewise, a wave can come in, run right up the beach, and go across the yard, right into the pavilion. Instead of doing that, put a speed bump in there. Put a vegetated berm, a vegetated sand berm in there. And so the water will have a harder time running up. It'll have to go a little higher to get over that speed bump and inundate the pavilion. It will also flood the pavilion less often and with less deep water if you did that. Right next to the park is a drainage channel. That drainage channel is full of beautiful, nice, coarse sand, which is causing the drainage channel to not work. It's not draining, in large part because it's plugged with sand. Take that sand out of the drainage channel, fix that problem, and use it to seed the vegetated berm on the back of, above the shoreline, inland of the shoreline, Malca, and make a crest between the pavilion and the active beach, and plant that with vegetation. You have water right there from the county that you could use to vegetate this area and cause get the plant started. And then you control foot traffic using designated paths with rope and post, so people can go back and forth to the shoreline, but all in the same place. And by doing this, it would serve as a great community example of how you can naturally restore your environment and protect your infrastructure. Next slide, please. So cell B is really Hawaiian. And again, the conveyor belt is moving the sediment from the east to the west. And you'll notice that on the east side is Kamehameha 5 Highway. And it looks very threatened. The shoreline has retreated very close to the road. If you go down to the west side, you'll see a line of X's and some thick vegetation. That's mostly comprised of, on the other side of the hotel, west side of Hotel Molokai, that's Milo and beach heliotrope. That area has accreted over 180 feet since it was platted in the 1950s. So over 70 years, you've accreted a lot of sediment on that side. Obviously, it would be reasonable to assume that it's coming from the east and moving to the west. Another thing is DHHL actually owns a sliver of land fronting all these properties. Next slide, please. So DHHL has a sliver of land between the highway that's almost exposed and the water. So we recommend that you work with state DOT to consider nature-based solutions to mitigate shoreline erosion along the highway. Also, right next to that is a beautiful small little area right next to the road that you can have a nice little park or parking area there, but it's chock full of kiawe. You can't even walk through it. And that kiawe is artificially holding a lot of sediment in place and drying the land out so that it doesn't move and flow along this sediment conveyor belt. So we recommend you cut down that kiawe as an example and start replanting native species that are going to help the environment rather than harm it. Likewise, when you get to the actual beneficiary lots at Kamiloa, most of them don't have that little speed bump or that little berm in their backyard anymore. It's been leveled because they raided the lot to build the house, or it's just been trodden down over time, and it hasn't been replenished with sediment very well. So these are excellent areas to rebuild those vegetated sand berms that will not, it won't stop erosion and it won't stop flooding. It will slow the flooding down. It won't be as often and it won't be as severe. And it will, nature has a great way of making sand berms, vegetated sand berms that are very effective. And we found examples of this along the South Shore where berms had been restored and were being very effective at preventing wave inundation into rear yards. Next slide, please. Cell C is where Kapa'akea is. And again, the conveyor belt is going from the east to the west. Unfortunately, when it gets to the west, it hits the causeway and that deflects it. So it's going from Mauka to Makai. And once it gets up to the end of the Kanakakai Wharf, it hits the rock revetment that was built to protect the small boat harbor. So now we're deflecting the current to go west to east, exactly opposite of the way it wants to go because the trade winds are blowing it from east to west. And what that really does is it slows the current down. And when the current slows down, the sediment that's in the water column drops out. And so that's smothering the reef down on the left-hand side of this diagram. And the reef is your best defense against shoreline erosion because it's like an offshore breakwater. I won't go to the next slide, please. I won't go through all these recommendations. Again, they're in chapter 6 and there's going to be future opportunities for engagement. But one thing I would like to focus on, and Nancy brought it up a little bit, is number 3. There's a little, basically it's a submerged fish pond wall. And that breaks, it acts like a sill and sedge environment, a natural environment where the sill breaks up the wave energy and allows a more quiescent or calm back shore. And a sandy beach is built up behind that and then vegetation along the crest. And that builds that dune and stops water from overtopping the vegetation going into the back shore. So here we have Mother Nature or the Aina showing you, giving you a great example of one way to deal with erosion that's been very effective. This could also be emulated at the west side of the Kapa'akea subdivision with a similar result. And the beneficiary there has set up rocks in the nearshore area. These are things that would be exposed during low tide, but submerged during high tide. And if backed with vegetation, it could likely absorb a lot of the wave energy and protect Kapa'akea. Pardon the bright lights of the sunshine there. The other thing I'd mention that's really important is there's a lot of ineffect, the shoreline along Kapa'akea has been heavily armored, but not in coordination. The neighbors haven't really worked together in how they're going to armor their shoreline. And as a result, there's a lot of detrimental armoring and armoring that's not really effective. So we really recommend a best practices approach for that area with technical assistance that will allow people to replace, for example, debris, tires, autos, car parts, pallets, with, for example, dry stack walls. You have fish ponds nearby that serve a good example of how to build a good wall that will resist the erosion of the coast, and put in weep holes and use filter fabric so the sediment doesn't leach into the nearshore environment. Last cell, I realize my time's pretty limited here, and so I really do appreciate all the time you've granted me. But to wrap up, these are the coastal dynamics for littoral cell D, Kalama'ula. Next slide, please. Imagine, if you will, you have all this sand on one side of the wharf, and on the other side of the wharf, you have a place where students learn how to paddle. And yet their canoes are sitting on clay embankments and sitting on reused carpet, which is very bad for the shoreline environment. It's not, it leaches toxicity into nearshore waters, which eventually bioaccumulates in the fish and the crabs that we eventually eat from the icebox. So imagine if before they did their practice, they went over to the other side of the causeway, filled up a 5-gallon bucket full of sand and brought it over and put it atop the shoreline to restore that environment so their canoes are sliding on sand instead of mud. Another thing, you have a lot of cultural resources, like at Kauea Park, you build a new pavilion 150-foot inland, which was a great idea. It's out of harm's way. And there's a little pocket wetland right next to it. I think you should be measuring the salinity in that pocket wetland, because that would really give you good information on what's happening with the hydrology at the Kapa'aiwa Coconut Grove, because they're very close together, and that's an indicator of how the ocean is moving, how brackish it's becoming. Again, you have things like Kalani Anahola Hall. That parking lot often has a little layer of salt on top of it because it gets flooded and this salt water dries, and then you have that salt covering. If you restore that area with a vegetated sand berm, you wouldn't get that inundation as frequently, and it wouldn't be as severe, and that would protect that hall from possible damage from flooding. So I thank you very much for giving me so much of your time. I am really grateful for having been included in this project, and I'll turn it over to Nancy to talk about next steps. But thank you for the privilege of meeting with you today. Aloha.
All right, mahalo, Thorne. Okay, so we are asking for your review and any comments that you may have on this draft. We'd like to hold a second focus group. It's looking like the first week in April at this point. And then we'd like to make any needed revisions and bring it back to you in April for approval. We are also wanting to schedule a community open house, hopefully in person on Molokai, to get our coastal homesteaders back together to review these findings and recommendations and start talking about implementation. And then, as John spoke about at the beginning, we're looking at getting the community resilience plan project going in a little later this year. So that's all we have, and we'd be happy to answer questions.
Yeah, and then Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Nancy, thank you very much, Thorne and John. Your draft South Molokai Shoreline Erosion Management Plan is excellent. I mean, this is top of the line information, and very fortunate to have this information and to be presented to the beneficiaries that are impacted in this area. Yeah, so I just wanted to ask you a question. You talked about the mangrove maybe needs to, some of the South Shore area may need to be removed and replaced by what type of vegetation? Somebody mentioned that.
Well, I think when you're looking at the mangrove out on the fish pond walls, everybody knows that we want to get that out of there so those fish pond walls can be restored. The mangrove that is extending the shoreline, basically, it creates anoxic conditions, and I'm sure Thorne can talk more about that, but it's not actually healthy because it's not native. Mm-hmm. So I think the idea would be to get the mangrove out, allow that area to get more flushing and circulation. I was actually talking to a Kapa'akea homesteader this morning, and she said that, there was, the water used to flow from Mauka to Makai, at the Kapa'akea pond, and then they built the highway. And in her opinion, that cut off the water supply. So there's those kinds of issues that need to be looked at, but the mangrove being replaced, and Kiave for that matter, with, Hala, Milo, Ko, and the beach dune species would actually be kind of a rehabilitation of the shoreline. Because a lot of people told us, when my mom was growing up, she could walk along the shoreline to the wharf. We never had this, when we were small kids. It's really the last 50, 60, 70 years that it's just taken over.
Yeah, and then another thing, the area that's close to the east of the wharf, where the petroleum is, that as you go up to Pauhana Inn, the old Pauhana.
Yes.
If you notice, a lot of the vegetation is like naupaka. It kind of holds it protects the land, and however, that's not Hawaiian homes. But if you continue on past Seaside Place and towards Kapa'akea, there's hardly any vegetation on those lots,
Yeah.
in Kapa'akea.
It changes. Yeah, it changes dramatically. So yeah, we took a look at that. We walked all the way down to the wharf, and the naupaka is a mixed blessing because it can grow out onto the beach and block access. And one of the issues is as sea level rises, it's getting harder and harder to walk along the shoreline at any time other than very low tide. And so those are the kinds of things. Yeah, we can't make recommendations directly on non-Hawaiian homelands, but what we're wanting to do with this community resilience plan is actually work with the county. Kiani, right? Kiani Rollins Fernandez, she got a project going for community resilience that is happening at the county level. And so we want to work with them, and because it only works if you make it all work together, right? I think that's what we learned today, was that you can't just say, oh, this is the end of Hawaiian homelands and we're not going to think about it anymore. It's really we've got to all work together to fix it.
Yeah, thank you. Looking forward to the next.
Yeah, we're going to invite you to the focus group, but you have a busy schedule, sir. So
I sure do, but just you let me know. So I might be
okay.
I might not be here at one time in April, so you got to let me know.
Okay, first week of April. Okay.
It's gonna be after the night. It's gotta be before the night.
Okay, gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Nancy. Any other questions before we move on? Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nancy, John, and Thorne. Very well done work there. Really appreciative of the work you guys have done. So Nancy, I want to ask, now we have additional outreach, like you mentioned, and then you mentioned that coming back, or maybe when the commission's on Molokai, to approve this erosion management plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what we're going to be attempting to do.
Okay. So let's say we get through that and it gets approved. Then what's the next steps? Do we have to do some kind of assessment on what the costs would be to implement and execute this plan?
Well, the plan could be implemented now with resources. As John mentioned, we can use the plan to try to get resources, grants or whatever. But because we're already in the National Coastal Resilience Fund pipeline for the first phase, which is the Community Resilience Plan, what we really want to do is take everything we've learned so far, put it into that plan, and then if we do it right, we'll be eligible for implementation funds over the next 5-10 years with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, the NIFWF. So that's what we're hoping for.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Any other questions, commissioners? If not, thank you, Nancy, and the other folks that presented. That was very informative and interesting. So very good. Next steps.
We have one more educational presentation for you.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Well, Andrew, do you want to?
You can go ahead. In the interest of time, you can go ahead.
Okay. Well, if you could let in Tom. Professor John Beluga is the director of the Water Resources Research Center at the University of Hawaii, and he's going to be talking to us about how important land use is to mitigating climate change, land use and land stewardship. Thank you, Tom.
Aloha, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And can you see my screen? Yes. Okay, great. I just want to say mahalo to Nancy and the commission for allowing me to speak, and also apologize that this is a very short talk on a very big subject. So it's really just going to touch the high points. I'd be happy to give a more complete presentation at another time if that would be useful. I'm going to talk about climate change in Hawaii, first of all, and then just a few thoughts on how land stewardship is really important as we face these challenges of climate change. I will not be talking about sea level rise, which is not to indicate that it's not important. It's just an area that is a bit outside of my own area of expertise. So I'm going to focus more on the Mauka areas. Actually, some of the things I say will have to do with coastal areas as well, but will not be related to sea level rise. Okay, for those of you who don't know me, I think most of you don't know me. I have been doing research on climate and water processes in Hawaii for over 40 years. I've been at the University of Hawaii since 1978, first as a graduate student, and most of the time as a professor in geography and environment department. And I'm still a professor there, but I spend all my time now as the director of Water Resource Research Center, which is an organized research unit within the University of Hawaii. So just start out by reminding everybody that climate change is going on. There's no doubt about that. And it's one way to look at it is the global average temperature. Look, these are annual global average temperature values going back to 1880. And I think anybody that looks at this can readily see that temperature is increasing, and it's increasing faster with time. And there's already been a significant increase in global temperature during this time period. To put that in perspective, this graph on the on the left shows a 2,000-year time series of global average temperature. Most of it's based on proxy data, where it uses the word reconstructed. So it's reconstructed from various types of paleoclimate proxy data. And then the shaded part from 1850 on is based on actual measurements of temperature. But what we can see is that the increase in temperature over that last 172 years is extreme. It's very different from what we've seen in the last 2,000 years in the rate of change and the amount of change that has occurred. On the right is a graph showing model simulations of global average temperature during that period since 1850. And the kind of beige colored region is the area where of model simulations. So many simulations done. So that kind of shows the range of uncertainty. And then the brown line is the average of all those model runs based on, as a simulated based on natural and human influences on the climate. And you see that it matches up pretty well with the observed changes, which is the black line. The blue area, the blue shaded area, is the same models, based on the same models, but simulated with only the natural influences on climate. And so the difference between that blue line, that little bit darker blue line, and the brown line is because of human influences on the climate. So that demonstrates not only that we understand why the temperature is changing, but we can actually quantify the effect of human activities on the climate. So we can use those models to project ahead, and I'm sure everybody's seen these types of graphs. These are projections of mean annual, average annual temperature, average temperature over the whole Earth for different scenarios of future changes in atmospheric chemistry. In other words, future changes in greenhouse gas emissions and the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And so the upper line is what you might call the business as usual scenario, which means if we keep doing what we're doing, that's where the temperature will go. And the other lines are for various assumptions of human response to this problem that effectively reduce the emission of greenhouse gases to varying degrees. most scientists recommend that we try to limit global average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees or less. And you can see that for all of these scenarios, even the very, very optimistic scenario of taking extreme action to reduce our emissions, we're going to surpass 1.5 degrees increase in global average temperature by the middle of the century. Okay, well, what about climate change in Hawaii? So my group, my lab group, and people at the center here that I direct work on this problem in various ways. And one of the things we do is to look at how much climate has already changed by looking at observations over the past 100 years or so. And we also want to look ahead to see what these global models tell us about how climate in Hawaii will change in the future. So I'm going to talk about just a very little bit about what we know in those two areas. This is from a paper by one of my grad students published in 2019 on temperature change. We've published a series of these papers. This is one of the most recent ones. And just to cut to the chase, what Marie found was that over the past 100 years, the temperatures increased by a little bit less than 1 degree Fahrenheit in Hawaii. So we see there's already been a significant amount of temperature change. In another paper by another graduate student, a PhD student of mine, Aurora Kagawa Viviani, got her PhD over a year ago. She looked at this in a different way, and she did many things in this paper, but one of the things she worked on was to look at sea level temperature. And in the graph in the lower left there, she found that over a 100-year period, the rate of change indicates about a 2 degree change in temperature already. So over the last 100 years, about 2 degrees of increase in temperature at sea level, which was kind of surprising to us because we expect the high elevation temperatures to be increasing faster. But she found something very interesting in that the middle elevations where the cloud zone is not warming or has not been warming, whereas the sea level and high elevation areas are warming very fast. And that has some implications also for rainfall and dryness, and kind of helps to explain the fact that we've been seeing a drying trend in temperature. Another interesting thing seen here is that nighttime temperatures are increasing much faster than the average. And that temperature increase over 100 years is about 3 degrees already. So, you know, if you feel like you're having a harder time sleeping at night or need to put an air conditioner on more than you used to, there's a good explanation for that. Okay, looking ahead, one of the most certain projections we can make is to project the temperature, even though it is uncertain based on what we do as a global community to address this problem. But assuming kind of a pessimistic future with business as usual, by the end of the century or the last few decades of the century, we'll have temperature changes, compared to the current values or the late 20th century values of around 3 degrees or more everywhere. So this is Celsius degrees. And so you multiply that by 1.8. So we're getting up to 5 degrees or more temperature change in Fahrenheit by the end of the century. And you see that the high elevation areas are expected to warm faster than the other areas. What about rainfall change? And this is a much more difficult problem to sort out, but maybe in many senses more important for us. We know that rainfall changes a lot. It goes up and down year to year, and it goes up and down over long periods of time. And we think that a lot of this is due to natural causes, natural variability. So if you will, focus on the light blue line, which is the kind of smooth value for the whole state, and the brown value, the brown line, which is an index of an important climate mode of variability in the Pacific that affects Hawaii climate quite a bit. This is a natural mode of variability called the Pacific Decadal Oscillation. And it's kind of like the El Nino and La Nina cycle, except that it's it's a slower process. It lasts decades instead of changing back and forth from year to year. And so you see that the blue line and the brown line are fairly well correlated for most of this, which indicates that this PDO, the specific decadal oscillation, is causing some of these decadal scale variations in rainfall. But towards the end of this analysis, we see that it's not very well correlated. And so we're wondering whether that association is breaking down. So that's one of the things that we're looking at. We can place this recent period in the context of a longer analysis that we did using paleoclimate data. This is a 500-year analysis of Hawaii winter rainfall. And if we zoom in on the most recent 150 or so years, you see a decline in rainfall. So from about 1850 on, it seems that rainfall has been declining. So there's a good question there as to whether this decline has anything to do with global warming, since it starts so early. But we do see that there is this pattern of decreasing winter rainfall that goes way back. Another thing that we've looked at is the spatial patterns of rainfall change in Hawaii. So we can look at the averages and see ups and downs, and we see a long-term drying trend. But is it uniform? And the answer is no, it's not uniform. But we do see generally drying across most of the state, and we see it in both seasons, in the wet season and dry season. By far, the strongest changes we've seen have been in the Kona districts of the Big Island and in the leeward areas of Maui, for example. So how does this match up with projections of future climate change? We have a number of downscaled products. So these are special model runs that take the global model and kind of use that information to develop high resolution projections of change in rainfall or other variables for Hawaii. And so there are different methods to do that. So I'm showing two different efforts to do so. One is the top two maps show the results for wet season, dry season using statistical downscaling, and the bottom two show the wet season, dry season using another approach called dynamical downscaling. One thing you should notice from the comparison of these two things is they're quite different from each other, which is a fact that we have to deal with. There's a lot of uncertainty in projections of future change in rainfall. If we look at the statistical downscale in the upper two, the pattern you see is mostly drying in the future. So the red colors are decreases in rainfall, and especially for the leeward areas and the drier areas of the state are going to become drier according to this. The dynamical downscaling shows mostly a different pattern and generally is not as skewed towards drying. It shows significant increases in windward areas and slight drying in leeward areas. So these are two scenarios of future change in rainfall that we can look to try to get an idea what's going to happen in the future. Now, along with these changes in mean rainfall, we expect to see increases in extreme rainfall. And this is basic, sorry, this is just basic physics, that we have more humidity in the atmosphere, and therefore when conditions are right, we'll probably have more intense rainfalls. And we have been seeing this in recent years, such as the April 2018 flood on the North Shore of Kauai in Alilea, which set a new United States record for 24-hour rainfall of almost 50 inches. We also had record rainfalls in August of that year, especially on the Big Island and some parts of Maui, the Hana area, that were associated with Hurricane Lane. Now, the other thing I want to talk about is changes in the land that are associated with replacement of native vegetation with non-native vegetation. And this has been going on for a long time and is continuing to occur. So we do have still some intact native ecosystems, and we have a lot of areas that have been invaded with non-native vegetation. And so what will they look like in the future? How will these two different ecosystems interact with climate change? So we've done a lot of work on this question. We don't have solid answers, but we have some information about this question. I'm not going to go into the details of this, but the technical details. I just point out that this is a comparison of two field sites that we worked on for a long time, over 10 years, where we measured evapotranspiration, which is the loss of water from the ecosystem to the atmosphere at both sites. The red line is for a site in Ola'a in Hawaii Volcanoes National Park that is invaded by strawberry guava. And the blue line is an intact native forest site also within Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. And this ratio of LE to RN just says how much of the available energy coming from solar radiation is used for evaporation. And we see that it's significantly higher for that invaded site, which indicates that if these were under the same conditions, this invaded site would use a lot more water. That water would be lost from the ecosystem, lost from the watershed, and be a loss from our water resources. So it would be a negative impact of this invasion. Also, there's also a lot of technical details here. I just say that we did an analysis using this 10 years of data at both sites to see what influences were the strongest in causing variations in the water loss, the evapotranspiration, and then using that to project ahead to see how projected climate changes will affect evapotranspiration in the future. And what we found is that, yes, evapotranspiration is going to go up in the future because of climate change, but it's going to probably go up more for these areas invaded by non-native trees. So just to summarize and try to link this with land stewardship, I'll say that, with our changing climate, we're definitely going to have higher temperatures. And as a result of that, we're going to have higher water loss in our natural areas and our agricultural areas as well. Rainfall is going to change. We're not as certain about this, but there'll probably be some areas that have lower average rainfall and more frequent and longer lasting droughts. And we'll almost certainly have higher extreme rainfall, and as a result of that, more extreme flooding in the future. For those areas that are getting drier and will get drier in the future, they're going to need more water for irrigation, especially for those agricultural areas, and they're going to have to deal with greater fire frequency. Now we factor in changing vegetation into the equation. And we know that some invasive non-native forest species use more water. We know that that's a tendency for strawberry guava, for example, which is very extensive. And we think that we have some evidence anyway that this increase in water use that accompanies climate change will be greater for these non-native ecosystems. So they're kind of layered on top of each other, making the problems worse. So when I talk about land stewardship, I'm thinking about what can be done in natural areas, such as preventing the expansion of non-native species into native ecosystems, because these non-native species have negative impacts on water, and that will make the effects of climate change worse. And to control the spread into areas that are currently still intact with native ecosystems. I'd also add that we should be trying to reestablish stewardship of stream channels, which was once part of daily life in Hawaii. By keeping stream channels clear, we can reduce the impacts of more frequent floods. For working lands, including agricultural lands, we should promote sustainable agriculture processes, which basically promote using less water and promote the conservation of soil. And we should do whatever we can to reduce fire risk, and that would include managing grass, making sure that we do whatever we can to minimize the amount of kind of fire tolerant grasses, more fire prone grasses. So that's all I have to present, and I'm sorry that I rushed through this and only touched a few things, but I'd be happy to spend more time talking about this if we have another opportunity. Mahalo. Thank you very much.
Mahalo, Thomas.
Mahalo, Thomas. Nancy or Andrew, did you want to add anything?
Well, Tom might just have a couple minutes if you have any questions you'd like to ask.
I got two questions.
Go ahead.
Thomas, thank you for your presentation, and sorry it's short, but there's a lot of good information provided. Question is, they say if you plant more trees, what types of trees? That's my question. To bring in more rainfall, is that something that people should think about doing?
So rainfall is the forest concept is very widespread here in Hawaii and other places. I think the main area where that is backed up by observations that we have kind of, looking at Western science approach to it would be in the cloud forest areas. There's no question that if you remove trees in the cloud forest area, you're going to get less fog catch and less fog drip, which is a form of precipitation. I'm a little doubtful that there's any significant effect of forests in causing more rainfall, but I'm open to that. I'm open to that idea, but I don't see evidence of that, and it would be a little hard to explain in a place like Hawaii with very small, relatively small land area and big, surrounding ocean with lots of moist air coming in. So it is possible that there's some effects of deforestation in the lower slopes of big slopes like on the Big Island. Deforesting in those areas could change the air temperature and cause the air to have to rise higher to form a cloud. And so that could conceivably have some influence on the cloud zone and maybe even on the rainfall. But I would say, my advice would be to focus on the fog zone, that cloud zone, especially where there's, for example, if there's pasture, if pasture is reforested with native trees, there's a good chance you're going to actually increase the amount of water available. You're going to certainly catch more water. The downside of putting trees in, of course, is that they also use more water than grass. So, the trees use more, but maybe they catch more. The question is which is greater, the plus or the minus.
Okay, and my final question, Thomas, you did a study on the future, mentioning something about we're going to have less rainfall and also longer droughts. Would that affect any aquifers on the islands? Would that affect the amount of waters in the aquifers?
Great question, and that's really the motivation for a lot of our work. I wish I could give a very solid answer on this. The truth is we're still pretty uncertain about how rainfall is going to change in the future. But I would say that if there's any consensus right now, it's that the windward areas, the high rainfall areas, are going to have either not much change in rainfall or maybe a moderate increase in rainfall. So that would indicate that water supply is not going to be negatively affected. On the other side, we do see potentially big decreases in rainfall in the leeward areas, which is where most people live, where a lot of the agriculture is, where a lot of other water use is. And so that would say that water demand is going to go up. So as a result of climate change. So I would say if we have any consensus at all, it would be maybe water supply is okay. It's not going to decrease, but water demand is going to increase.
Thank you.
Other questions, commissioners? Okay, it sounds like all of our homesteaders on the leeward side of the islands need to go and get a grass trimmer and start paying attention to the areas adjacent to their houses and not necessarily wait for DHHL to cut the grass behind their house because we don't have enough people or enough money to cut all the grass.
I agree, Bill.
I'm not kidding. That's real because I see it. I live on the leeward side and it is drier. I can tell you from personal experience. So, well, thank you so much. Looking forward to more of your research and findings, and looking for the corresponding change in human behavior.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thanks, Thomas. Thanks, commissioners. Aloha.
Mahalo brings us to the last agenda item of the day. Andrew? G4.
Okay. G4 for information only, a status update on plan implementation in the Waimanalo region. As has been recent practice, commissioners, we will be presenting this report to the Waimanalo community later on this evening. So in the interest of time, if you folks have any questions on the status update report, Perlene and I would be happy to take any questions at this time.
Questions, commissioners? Okay, I can't. Okay, now I can start. I can see some of you. No questions. Thank you, Andrew. One announcement from Leah. That is, commissioners who haven't let us know about Kona in May, please let us know as soon as possible if you plan to attend in person, because the block of rooms that we have on hold is getting tighter and tighter. So if you would email Leah with your intentions, that would be extremely helpful. Anything else, Leah? Did I miss? No? Okay, commissioners, thank you so much for all of your attention today and all of the good discussion. We will recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. See you
Aloha.
tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
God bless.
Aloha.
Ahuyo.